Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we're going into a beautiful, beautiful story called My Romantic Cabin Getaway with My Fiance Isn't Exactly Going as Planned, which was turned into a novel known as Stolen Tongues. So I don't know, which one do you like better, Stolen Tongues or My Romantic Cabin Getaway with My Fiance Isn't Going Exactly as Planned?
I've said it before on the podcast. I'll continue to say I like Stolen Tongues better. I'll continue to say it.
Good.
All of these titles that are like, my son keeps looking at me, you know, with his third eye. I don't know what to do, or stuff like that. It's never good. I can't remember one we've had. I'm sure we've had a good one that's had a title like that.
My wife is peeking at me from her corners. That's a good one.
It was, but the ending was kind of killed the vibe. Yeah.
I'm just saying the title. The title is good. Oh, you're saying that those stories.
I'm saying the stories with those titles tend to not do well.
I don't know. I mean, this one getting turned into a novel has, I mean, I don't know. It feels like that maybe has some merit to it, that maybe that's good. Because all the stuff that's been published has been really fun to look at. I mean, so this story is written by a guy named The Cold People, but his name is Felix Blackwell. And like I said, this has got turned into a novel, so you can pick it up. I picked up a hardcover of the story, so I hope it's good. But it's on Amazon. We'll put a little link in the description as well.
I also saw in some comments for it, some people, or I think actually the author himself, was saying that they have edited and like changed the version for the novel and that it's superior. So if this sounds interesting to you and like you hear the whole story, it's probably still worth checking out the book to see what's different, what's been changed.
I think the book is more extensive. He probably cleans up some stuff. So I'm curious to see. I mean, I still think that this is probably going to be a fun read here. And
I'm excited. I'm 100% excited.
I'm really curious to read this and then even read the hardback version of it and just see what is different about it and just see kind of, does it seem seamless? Does it feel like there's more added into it? I'd just be curious to see. But without further ado, I say let's just jump on in.
We're going to take a quick break from the episode to thank today's sponsor, Rocket Money. The truth is, everyone needs help with their money. I know I do. I've paid at least a dozen assassins to finally rid me of Hunter at this point, and as you can tell from the episode, none of them followed through. Or perhaps, for a less incriminating example, sometimes I'll sign up for a free trial and forget to cancel it, and end up paying a year's worth of a service I don't even use. Well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and overall, manage your money better. I'm using Rocket Money to cancel all of my unwanted subscriptions. That's because Rocket Money safely and securely identifies recurring charges and with the press of a button, unsubscribes for me. Meaning you can make cancellations from the app with one simple button press and then stop worrying about all those charges you didn't even know you were getting. I'm also using Rocket Money to lower my bills.
Rocket Money will help negotiate your own bills.
From internet service to phone bills, all you have to do is upload a photo of your bill and Rocket Money gets to work. And after you've used Rocket Money for some time, we can put together some kind of LLC or collective to hire someone to take care of Hunter in a way that's actually meaningful.
Rocket Money has helped its customers save up to $720 a year,
with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. So to save more and spend less, join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Head to rocketmoney.com/creepcast or click the link in the description to get started for free. That is right, for free. From there, you can unlock more features with premium, but for now, just try it out for free and see if it's right for you. Again, that's rocketmoney.com/creepcast to get started today for free. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring the show. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description. And now we are back to the episode. Let's jump on into
This is a 10-part series in the original run, and then there's a thing that just says The Mystery Unravels, which is 11 through 16. I'm guessing that after the fact, he probably updated it for The Mystery Unravels, and that's maybe what's in the hardback as well. So I say we'll probably just focus on the first 10 and just see how we feel.
See where we're going, see how we're feeling, see what the vibe is. Again, I want to emphasize, I wasn't saying none of that before about the titles, meaning the story's bad, to say that I think this won't be bad. I hope this one's great. I'm saying that so that I sound smart if I'm right.
There you go. Historically, to be fair, you're right, though. Historically, so far, you're right that the stories have been kind of eh.
My dead girlfriend keeps messaging me on Facebook.
That one was fun.
And we can't forget the thing in the basement's getting better at mimicking people. Of course.
Dare I say, one of the toughest and corniest reads, but albeit one of the fan favorite episodes.
There you go, one of the favorite episodes.
So I feel like it's gonna either teeter both ways. I'm curious to see which way it teeters.
We're all in or we're all out. So I'm excited for it. I will also say thank you all so much for 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah, for real. What the hell?
It is wild. I know, right? Like awesome. This stupid little podcast of ours getting to 500,000. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's amazing. And also, as always, if you enjoy the show, be sure to check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and all those places where you can watch and listen. It means the world to us, and it just helps us, keep this thing running. So be sure to check it out if you're on a long drive. Isaiah, why don't you dive us in?
Hopefully there's either something in here to scare me or make Hunter cry. Either way, I'll take it. My fiance and I are from California, but her family lives in Colorado, and they own a cabin near Pikes Peak, way up in the mountains. After visiting them, they recommended we go stay at the cabin a few days. We're avid hikers and jumped at the opportunity. Colorado is a very rich and Native American folk legend.
Oh yeah, here we go. I didn't know we were getting into this. Okay, I'm down. I'm down. Immediately, I'm like, all right, here it is. We're definitely getting into some weird, gonna be some weird, folk, monster stuff. I feel like. Well,
I think I know what stolen tongues means now.
Oh, okay.
I did it before, but I think I do now. Virtually every place you go used to belong to an indigenous community, and a few of them who remain keep the traditions and stories alive. Pikes Peak is no different. There are enough stories and gift shops to give anybody the sense that the land itself is alive. I don't know if this has anything to do with what is happening, but maybe someone here is from Colorado and could help us connect the dots. Faye and I are currently at the cabin. Did he say her name's Faye before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I believe so, right? Or he said my fiance. I guess
my fiance.
Faye yet, but
yeah, Faye. I'm guessing
Faye is his fiance.
How do you feel about that name choice?
Faye? I like Faye. You don't like Faye?
Faye feels like it's like naming your character Christian Grey. It's like it's a bit too much.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm just being a hater, but
yeah, no, I feel you.
It's day 4, and we are planning on leaving today. But things have gotten very strange around here, and it looks like we're going to be here a while longer. We have enough food for a winter, and the heater is in stellar order. But the Wi-Fi is terrible at best, and there's virtually no cell reception. We feel isolated. I'll try to respond to comments, but the internet dips out for hours at a time up here.
So I'm almost picturing so that's the end of the first entry to his journal. I'm almost feeling it's almost like one of those communities that's like a full Sasquatch town. Like their entire infrastructure is based on that kind of tourism.
Sasquatch, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like so it's Point Pleasant, West Virginia with the Mothman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Except now they're in rural Colorado and there's just no cell reception and stuff. And they did say that it is winter, correct?
I don't know if they
or he said
that.
we have enough food for a winter. Oh, for a winter. Okay, so
but even then, Colorado's super high elevation, so it probably is snow laden.
Just some snow. I'm just trying to get a sense of the environment. Like if I was in the cabin looking out the window, I'm just picturing snow.
I'm imagining a Shining scenario being set up.
Oh shit. Okay, wait. So here's the next entry, immediately the first thing that is said.
Yeah. The first weird thing that happened was the snow.
Okay.
Okay. Good job, Hunter. Well, I mean, you were thinking the right way.
I tried.
You just got a little
excited.
You just got a little whimsical. Got a little happy all of a sudden. That's what you get for being happy, though. There was no snow in the forecast, so we packed light. But on first night here, just our luck, a blizzard pounded the whole area. My little Corolla is basically a brick of ice outside. And there's no way I'm going to try to make this... I don't know why that was funny to me. My little Corolla.
My little Corolla.
Yeah, I imagine it's like a child-sized car. Like a Fisher Price outside. Car. Yeah. There's no way I'm going to try to make the 6-mile drive down the mountain to the town. I blame myself for trusting Colorado in spring. After a day, Thursday, of lovely hiking and sightseeing, some really unsettling stuff started happening. When we returned to the cabin just before dusk, we found an enormous dream catcher dangling from a tree about a dozen yards from the back door. Okay, did that get set up there while you were gone?
Yeah.
Or is that just something you noticed that was already
found
there?
Maybe they just found it, or it was the first time that they had been in that area. Because it reads a little different than Gregory 88, where it's like,
That's
oh,
what I
I
was
came
thinking
back
of.
and it was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
right there. So I'm picturing that they were walking, because they've already kind of talked about hiking through the area. So I'm imagining that they're like, oh, I've never noticed this here before. But I don't think it's like directly attached to the house probably, or like the tree outside their house.
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of plausible deniability of if this is malicious or not. Yeah. This wasn't the kind you're imagining. The kind you buy from a novelty shop. This thing was made from twigs and twine, and it's about 3 feet in diameter.
Damn.
Yeah, this is literally a Gregory 88 scenario. Absolutely humongous. Neither Faye nor I were stupid enough to touch it. We're veteran horror movie fans, and we know that's how you get cursed. If the snow melts a bit, I'll get back out there, snap a picture of it, and post it here. The night while we were eating dinner, we heard a bunch of noises in the woods outside. Twigs crunching, leaves rustling, etc. This isn't unusual because we saw some elk and deer on our hike, but the sounds were slow and purposeful. They stopped and started and were rhythmic, like someone was casing the area in a crescent shape around the cabin. I used my really bright tactical flash. I used my really bright tactical flashlight to look outside from the porch, but there was nothing. Okay, do you know that guy who's just so eager to use his flashlight?
Yeah, like the almost like borderline survivalist doomsday prepper guy.
Yeah, that guy was like,
better go
let me
grab
get
the
my
industrial grade flashlight from downstairs. I'll be right back.
it's the power went out. Let me get my tactical flashlight I keep in my pocket. You know, it's actually 800 lumens, but it looks brighter because the way the candela is, it actually like puts a bigger beam onto the
that was the end of that post. And I will say, just from a first gut reaction, not to derail the story too much, but already I like these people more than the Gregory 88 people. Because at least you have common sense enough to be like, I'm not fucking touching that.
Well, the Gregory 88 person was like trying to get killed because he's like, there's people touching stuff in the house. I guess I'll sleep alone here forever. You know, like he just was trying to die.
Just like no survival instincts at all. At least these people they seem capable. They seem like they're wanting to actually live a normal life is what it seems like.
And everything so far is totally plausible. You know, you're on a trip with your wife, and then like, that's kind of weird. I heard something outside. Like, it's not reason to run. It's just like,
no, I mean, dude,
I noticed.
The amount of times you've been like, I'm sure you've been camping or something, and it does feel like something is lurking around, maybe watching your tent or something. But at the end of the day, you can easily justify, you're like, oh, it's just an animal doing something. And, you know, even though it might send a little shiver up your spine, as soon as you wake up the next morning, you probably forget about it.
Did I ever tell you about when I took Kayla camping to like a haunted area? Okay, so one time my buddy had this piece of property in North Carolina we were going to go camping on. And we had so many like legends about the place, because like one of the guys who camped there said that he saw like this we nicknamed it the Roamer, that we saw like this the kind of Bigfoot-esque thing walking around. Someone else said they heard crying in the middle of the night, stuff like that. So it became this thing that everyone who stayed there had a ghost story around it. And I had told Kayla about all of this prior and had completely forgot about it. And I was set up to go, man. There was a river there. We were going to spend a whole weekend. I was gonna fish. We were going to set up campfires. We were going to have a cute little hammock. It was going to be such a cute trip. And then on the way there, she's like, "Is this the place with the all the ghost stories?" And I should have just been like, "No." I should have lied. No. But instead I'm like, yeah, but it's fine. We won't. But immediately her mood changes. We get there. She's like sitting in the car. She's like, I want to get out. We go to sleep that night in the back of the car. And I wake up at 1 a.m. and she is crying.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what? And she's like, I thought I heard something. I'm like, what? She's like, I heard a noise. So I have my night vision, which I should have been stupid. I should have just turned on a light so she could see. But I was like, well, I don't want to, it's a peaceful night. I don't want to like light up the woods. So I'm walking around the car with my night vision on, like, there's nothing out here. I can see everything. There's nothing. Put the helmet on, see for yourself. And she was like, I'm just scared. So we set up with her crying until sunrise and then drove home. So.
Oh my God. That is brutal. You would have been so fucked up if you would have put the night vision on. You're like, oh my God, what is that? Oh God, what is that? It's horrible. It's horrible.
No, what I should have done is I would have been like, I'll go find it, and then I just don't come back.
Yeah, don't come back. You come back the next morning with like Dunkin' Donuts or something. Babe, I just decided to go walk and get donuts. So I hope they don't mind.
Dude,
she's just like fossilized in the car from being so afraid.
Dude, she would have. I think she would have divorced me. I think.
100%. Yeah. If I picture my wife, there's no way. I would have been up shit creek for sure. Yeah, fuck.
And what's funny is I didn't. Like, to me, the ghost stories or whatever, I have ghost stories about everything. I'm used to scary stuff. So when we get there initially, I'm like fishing. I'm like in the river and stuff. I'm having a good time. And she's just sitting in the car. And I'm like, what's her problem?
How caring.
Yeah.
All right, well, if you're just going to sit here, I'm bored as fuck, babe. I'm going to go fishing.
And then we're sitting around the fire and I'm like making, I made like bacon and eggs or something. It was great. And then she's still like upset. I'm like, what's your problem?
God. I would say that's the very man thing to do in that situation. Yeah. I would say. I feel like that's the boys' way of handling things. You're still hung up on the fucking demons walking around the woods.
You're still mad about the Bigfoot demon. Look, if he's crying, that means he's a wuss. I could probably beat him up.
He's probably a fucking pussy, honestly.
Anyway, are you gonna finish those eggs? Because I'm pretty hungry. Can you give those to me?
Actually, babe, would you mind running back to the car and grabbing something?
Yeah, I need you to walk back to the road. And like when I talk about this campground was in the middle of the nowhere. I mean, this was a piece of property like 5 miles from any road, so it is dark outside, right?
Like pitch black, right?
Yeah, overcast night. Like aside from the fire, you can't see 10 feet away.
No
right?
moonlight, nothing. Yeah,
absolutely. Like absolutely horrifying conditions. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, so I like my eggs scrambled at a campfire. Yeah. Normally I take them over easy, but you know, when I'm sitting around, there's a mood to it. There's something about, I brought this little jar. It's all the spices I use. So it's got like my oregano and my salt and pepper and stuff. And she's just like shaking.
Babe, did you see that 9-foot tall gorilla walk around earlier? I didn't know we had gorillas. That's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, so I normally like them scrambled. By the way, babe, don't turn around. If you look into its eyes, you become fossilized. So anyway,
yeah, exactly. It really steals your face. Just like that episode of Avatar: Last Airbender. Have you seen that? Babe? She's like gone.
You know, more so, it's not really that it contains any supernatural properties, just that the sheer terror of its features are indescribable to the human mind, and you'll go crazy. So anyway, I like my bacon a little juicy, you know, not super raw, but a little crisp to the edges, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so I'm a great boyfriend. So anyway, I totally relate to our protagonist here being like, what's that noise? Oh, well.
Yeah.
Anyway, who cares? So are me and you gonna get a little busy?
Yeah. Jesus.
Making a move in the midst of it. We stayed in all day on Friday and just cuddled, hung out, played some of the board games we brought and some of the Super Nintendo games they had in the cabin. Donkey Kong Country 2, I've considered stealing because it's the greatest game ever made. It snowed again, and after dark, we started hearing more noises. Around 1 a.m., Faye woke me up and told me she was hearing a voice outside.
Ugh.
I'm not kidding. This is the exact scenario.
It's going to be fucked up when I find out that you're Felix Blackwell.
Yeah. That I just wrote this story.
Yeah, you wrote this.
I strained to listen, and I thought I could make out the sound of a man crying very far away. But his voice was drowned out by the wind, so I wasn't absolutely certain of what I heard. We went back to sleep, but again, around 4:45 a.m., we heard him more distinctly and closer. He sounded like he was calling for help, but he would dip into another language that I've never heard before.
Whoa. What the fuck?
The way this is written is like, yep, so 4:45 a.m. Definitely a guy cried for help outside, but then he started talking in German or Arabic or something, and I don't understand that. So I just figured, you know, let it be. Maybe he's got friends nearby.
Yeah, it was about 5 in the morning. I heard him say help a couple times, but I think he spoke Spanish, so I just said I just better let him be.
I opened the door and said, por favor to you too, and just, you know, let the elements, you know, have their way with him. You know, let the... This is actually you with Diego. Now that I think about it.
No. I would have rushed to Diego's help immediately.
Yeah. We called the ranger station at the bottom of the hill using my cell phone, and they told us they'd get up there and check it out. We We never saw them, and I doubt they ever came.
Interesting. So they were able to get reception. I wonder if that's going to, if later in the story, if somehow the cell phone thing is going to be depleted. Because if they're able to call that, then they probably can't call. Or I think he's also probably establishing, too, that they can't, what was that?
It's probably a landline. If they have cabins at a park, right?
Or I meant he's using his cell phone to call the people down on the hill, right?
Oh, you're right. You're right. I didn't read that. Using my cell phone, you're right.
What I think they're setting up is like, oh, we called them to see if they would go help these people, and then I doubt they even showed up or whatever, which is probably setting up later to where, like, why the fuck would they even come help our protagonist? You know what I mean?
Well, they know what's going on. The ranger station knows what this is. I imagine.
Ooh, you're probably right. Yeah. You're probably like, yeah, definitely we'll go up there. I'm not fucking going up there to check that out.
Oh, you heard the guy.
9-foot tall dancing monkey that's in the woods. Fuck that.
Oh, you all heard the guy crying in Greek, huh? Yeah, we'll be there ASAP. Like,
yeah, it's a 9-foot tall monkey. 9-foot tall monkey that tickles you until you speak Spanish.
He's looking over at the other ranger like not
I don't think I'm going to go up there. We're both just watching a Rosetta Stone DVD.
We've got to learn to talk to these
things. Miyamo-esque gorilla. All right.
Miyamo-esque gorilla. On Saturday, shit got really scary. By the way, since I just had to read shit, I saw a video on YouTube like yesterday called Wendigoon Swears for 4 minutes, and it's just a compilation of me reading cuss words on the show.
Yeah, apparently you're very loose-lipped on this show.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you be so... That. Yeah.
It snowed again in the morning, and I stopped getting service for most of the day. Faye and I watched movies and tried to Skype with her family, but that didn't work. She went to sleep early, around 8, while I did some photo editing on my laptop in the living room. She woke up crying hysterically. When I asked her what was wrong, she said she had a dream that she was lost in the woods outside, and something was following her. I cuddled with her until she fell back asleep, and eventually I draped it off too.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I'm being completely honest, and this is just, I'm cringing just a little bit. I fucking hate when people, the word cuddled. He keeps talking about he's cuddling the whole time. I had to put it out there. I don't know.
So this goes back to my kind of overarching thesis with you that you just hate fun.
Is being intertwined with someone fun?
Can someone in the comments put up a scoreboard right now? We've got
all my big brothers and sisters are going to be the big boys and girls out there are going to get it, because my ass, if I remotely touch somebody, I get so hot. All right, all you skinny little fucks.
You're talking about weight. Oh. You just randomly go, all my big brothers and sisters. I'm like, whoa, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, I'm talking the thickums.
Can I be okay? I'm tired of this too. Can I be honest? You're not that fat, and it's kind of pissing me off.
Morbidly obese is what my doctor said.
We walked through the French Quarter for 12 miles.
Yeah.
People who are morbidly, debilitatingly obese cannot do that.
What you didn't realize is every time you turned around, I actually was throwing up, and I had to like grasp walls, and I was like,
you still had enough energy to be sarcastic and a jerk.
I was like, this was my first impression with my friend. I can't buckle under my sheer weight, my sheer girth. No, you guys go ahead. I think I saw something. I just cried on the floor.
No, you weren't. See, you're painting this image to the audience so that you can be the sad boy, so that you can be the victim in this scenario. Okay, but I'm not buying it. You got through it fine. You are built like a football player. You're not like super fat. You're just like, you're bulky. It's completely different.
All right, man. All right.
Look,
all I gotta say is this: I just don't want to cuddle with people. All right.
You know what the difference is? You know what the difference is between you and someone who's morbidly obese? If someone who's morbidly obese wanted to get strong, it would take a long time of like losing weight, gaining muscle, losing weight, gaining muscle.
I feel you, man. I'm there.
If you just started like powerlifting, you would be a machine. You would be the scariest dude I've ever met.
No, I've been doing the only thing I can actually physically do is sitting Kegels, and that's what I do.
Okay, I'm tired of you. I can't. Whatever. Sure. You're stupid, fat, and can't do anything. Is that what you wanted? Is that the lie you want me to tell to make you feel better, to fit your world? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I even talking about? Oh, you the things you don't like. Yeah. You don't like talking to people at gas pumps. You don't like cuddling.
What a crime.
You don't like, what was another one we brought up? I mean, there's
Veggies.
someone mentioned okay, for one, we haven't said that before, but sure, throw that up there. Any guy who does not like grilled zucchini is an enemy. All right, what are you talking about?
I do actually. I love grilled zucchini.
It's so good. It's so good.
It is good. It's very good.
But yeah, guys in the comments, someone give me a list of like all the, because I know there's like 8 things he said that are completely normal human experiences that he's afraid of. So someone put that together for me.
All right.
Whatever. Doesn't like cuddling. Anyway, okay. Faye woke me up around 1 a.m. She was absolutely beside herself. I've never seen her so afraid in my life, and just the look of her face really unsettled me. She told me that she heard the man outside again, but she recognized the voice. She was absolutely convinced that it was her grandfather's voice and that he was wandering around outside begging for help.
Oh my God.
Oh gosh.
Jesus.
Faye's grandpa died when we were seniors in college 4 years ago. I told her that she was dreaming, but then I heard the voice too.
Ooh.
And I never met the guy, so I wouldn't recognize his voice, but it did sound different from the night before. It sounded older. Help. I had to do everything I could to keep her from running off into the woods looking for him. Eventually, she realized that the possibility of it being with him was absurd. So we put a movie on at a good volume and fell back asleep. My cell phone wouldn't connect a single call.
End of posting there. Isaiah, what do dream catchers do again? Is it just literally from spirits being able to get into your dreams, or does it filter out bad dreams?
It catches bad dreams.
It catches bad dreams. Because I'm wondering if this creature is like somehow able, saying read minds feels kind of lame, but just something to where it's able to like pick memories or something and then mimic it.
It has to some degree to know to be her grandfather. Right?
Sure.
So yeah, either that or like maybe it can kind of, roll through the voices of the dead or something like that. But yeah,
I'm guessing that people that were there before, there's probably gonna be multiple dream catchers out there in the forest then, because I'm guessing that whoever put that out there, that was definitely a defense mechanism.
Yeah, like you said, Mayo-esque gorilla.
Yeah, like, Miyamo-esque gorilla.
Miyamo's gorilla. The people know that this thing's out there, right?
If there seriously a scary story about a 9-foot tall gorilla that tickles you until you speak Spanish is insane. It's a fucking scary monster. All right, I'm gonna put that out there. I hope that the monster in this story is scarier than that because I've set up a big monster. All right.
The just going back to the Spanish thing is so funny. The idea that there's a point at tickling at which you learn a new language.
It completely I mean, like to the point to where you don't speak any other language besides that. It tickles you until you're just like,
please, por favor. Like
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? What you say? He's just laughing at you with his big fucking chimp donkey teeth. That'd be fucking terrifying.
Yeah, monkeys are scary, bro. So my wife works with monkeys, so like I'm used to like seeing the African greens or like the capuchins or whatever. Sure. Dude, baboons. Every now and then I will see a picture of a baboon. And I'm like, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, especially like I forget what kind they're called, but they're brown with like black tails and stuff. Their eyes sometimes will look like a mannequin's eyes. It messes with me.
Oh, it's like pitch black. They look like demons, honestly. Yeah. They're like little fucking, like even the way that people drew demons in like Renaissance paintings and stuff. They all look borderline monkeyish, the way they bend over like little imps and stuff.
Yeah. I'm not a fan.
But so far in the story, because that was the end of that post. Okay, so now he's establishing more that
are those the end of post, or is that just like line segments? Because it feels like this is all one thought.
I think that it seems like a guy journaling something
Yeah. Like,
so it seems like, okay, so
sections.
that's the end of this night. And then he comes back and then he's recounting his day, or he might even be recounting instances. So to me, I'm like, oh, this is him, like a journal he's writing during this vacation is what it seems. And so far in this journaling, they've had a relatively normal day. And then almost immediately the snowstorm came in. They've been hearing things outside the house. The voice has become so frequent that now it's even like you can even like our protagonist, the guy, even he was like, yeah, I heard the voice too, but it sounded a little different, a little more weird. People have been screaming for help. And then also he's also established that, oh, the people aren't coming up. Like either the roads are too bad, but I think you're right in the fact that they probably know what's going up on the mountain. There's probably, especially if there's like superstitions and stories around it.
Oh, absolutely.
They probably definitely know.
100%. What happened last night, Sunday, was the thing that has sent me over the edge. Essentially, the same thing happened around 1 a.m., at which point I was still awake, almost expecting the noise to happen. I heard a voice. This time, it was a woman's. Thankfully, it was distant enough that it didn't wake Faye. I walked into the bathroom and cracked the window open just a tiny bit. Frosty air that came through that crack seemed like a death sentence to me as a Californian. Nobody could survive outside for long in that. Not without, like, serious military-grade winter gear. And yet, someone was wandering around out there, stepping on twigs and crying. I am a reasonable, skeptical, sometimes arrogant agonist, but I'm telling you, the voice sounded exactly like my mother's. My mom is alive and well and living in Southern California, so my brain instantly cramped at the sound of her voice out here in the Rocky Mountains. I would know my mother's voice anywhere. I think we all would. And I'm telling you, I'm about 90% sure it was hers, which is way, way too sure to not scare the shit out of me. I grabbed my light and went outside with a blanket wrapped around me and my hiking boots on. I circled the entire cabin and looked around. There was snow pushed out of the way in a big, meandering pattern that snaked in and out of the tree line, like someone was drunkenly shuffling around. Maybe they were injured. The path went right up to the bathroom window and then back into the woods. Oh!
Oh, God.
Oh!
Wow, the path went right up to the bathroom window and then back into the woods.
That gave me chills.
Right there looking at him.
That gave me chills. It was right where he cracked open the window to listen. It was like if he would have looked up out the window. Dude, that messed with me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. The idea of like you were that close to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Each time the voice called out, I shouted.
Mom? Who's there? Who are you?
And each time the voice receded further into the woods. I'm pretty certain it was trying to coax me deeper and deeper into the forest, away from the cabin.
Yeah.
I'm still alive because I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to die like some dumbass in a bad horror movie. I went back inside and made sure we were locked down tight. Since I can't call the ranger station, I'm posting this instead. I'll keep you updated. Okay.
So it does seem, man, it makes me almost wonder if there's multiple of them. Like if it's luring him to some kind of area, because at the end of the day, if they're isolated, right, and if this thing was like that malevolent of a force, why wouldn't it just break in and kill him? So I'm really trying to figure out, piece everything together to like, why does it need it to go somewhere, right?
To kill him, it probably just wants to bring him back in the woods so there's not evidence or something like that, I guess. But you'd think it could kill him right there.
If there's already enough superstitions in the area, you would assume that almost that they found these grisly scenes before, and that's what people, you know what I mean?
Well, maybe, okay, give it some credit. Maybe it's saying that maybe it's a spirit that like you have to kind of like fall for it a bit before it can kill you or something like that, you know? Maybe it's not an outright just kills you instantly kind of thing.
Oh, sure. I could see that. I could also see it would be kind of sweet. I don't know if it's going to go this way, but what if it was sending spirits out or like basically like hallucinations to people, and there's like an immobile creature that like is trying to be fed, but it can't move or something. Wouldn't that be fucking cool?
That would be very cool. I don't think it's implying that though, because
I don't think it's gonna be that, but
because
that
of the snow tracks. But yeah,
that'd be sick. Would be cool. Especially it's just like shuffling around too. Just some weird malevolent spirit.
That would be a fun horror concept, a thing that can't move, almost like a tree, because then it would have to like figure out what to say to make you come to it. Yeah,
it's bribing you in this way. Also, I mean, just the idea of willingly going, it's kind of like the feed the pig thing, where it's like you're willingly getting inside something's mouth and it eating you, or it could grab you if you get close enough. But still, I just like the idea of a immobile threat that is trying to tempt you to come into its vicinity so it can feed. That'd be sick. And that's the end of that that little post.
Yeah, and then he adds some edits. I'm 90% sure this is going to be a skinwalker. So all my theories are kind of based around that, but it could be changed up. It could be also built off of the lore, so who knows?
And is a skinwalker, is it just somebody that's mimic? It's just a creature that can mimic people?
So a skinwalker in like Navajo culture and stuff like that is...
it can turn into an animal too, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the more traditional version is that it's a person, more specifically like a witch doctor that has given themselves over to evil spirits, and it can put on the skin of whatever it kills and then become that creature.
Yeah, that's right. You've told me that.
But the lore's expanded so much in the modern age that sometimes it's an outright spirit. Sometimes it's it can steal anyone's voice, dead or alive. Sometimes it has to kill them. Sometimes it doesn't. Like there's different variations of the tale. So
I feel like the only thing I've ever seen of the Skinwalker is the shitty show Skinwalker Ranch, which is terrible. But then there's a show. Then there was like this clip I kept seeing on TikTok of a guy like looking through a sniper lens, and it was like I can't tell if it was from a movie or what, but he hears this scream and he sees a skinwalker in the or a guy screaming for help, and he's like naked standing in this field, and the guy like looks up from his scope and he like looks back in, and then the thing is like on all fours running at him. The guy gets up and runs away.
I haven't seen that before. That sounds awesome.
I'll have to try to find her. If I can find the clip, I'll be sure and put it here so you guys can see it. But it's a creepy clip, but people say that's the best part of the short or the movie or whatever. But yeah,
it's Monday and we got a hold of Faye's dad. The weather's supposed to clear up tomorrow, so he's going to come pick us up in his truck and help get my car down the mountain. I'll keep you all informed. Only one more night in this place. I'll try to get some photos up. Edit 9:30 Monday. I've been able to get online twice today. I wish I knew more about electronics, but I'm a history teacher, so I don't think I can fix the Wi-Fi or predict when it'll work. I can send and receive emails and some Reddit posts, but I cannot load some websites or view photos. Faye hasn't been feeling well since noon. She developed a stomach ache and has been intermittently throwing up. We both ate the same thing and I feel fine, so I'm not sure what it is. She sometimes gets like this when she gets worked up. Although I'm an agnostic/atheist, she is very Catholic and is pretty convinced that something supernatural is going on. No need for alarm at that moment. She does not have a fever and I'm keeping her hydrated and in high spirits. She seems to be on the mend, went to sleep about an hour and a half ago. Some noises to report. There's cackling, repetitive vocalizations in the forest, probably 100 yards out. The tree line starts at about 20 yards out, so the sound is coming from much deeper. Some movements spotted just behind the tree line at dusk, but could be elk, deer, etc. Couldn't see very much. Keeping all the curtains closed, windows locked, furniture in front of the front and back door, and I'm checking on Faye every half hour. Her dad will be here in the late morning to pick us up and dig my car out. Another Redditor near us pointed out that I am an idiot for not double checking the weather, and you are correct. So I promise I'll provide an update as soon as new post tomorrow, should anything significant happen.
That is the end of part 1, which, you know, man, I like the end. I like the end of that part 1 because I love the idea of them ending. I like the idea of this first part ending with, oh yeah, my husband's or my wife's dad's gonna pick us up out of the, pick us up out of this whole thing, get my car out. It's just, it feels like such a beautiful setup of like, that feels like that's not going to happen. That's not going to go as according to plan, you know? And I always love little setups like that.
What could go wrong? Oh, wait, I know why the thing had to lure him out of the house.
Why is that?
The dream catcher.
Oh, to get out of the vicinity of maybe that protection. It
protects the house. Yeah, the evil spirit cannot step through the house. Yeah, that's why it had to lure him out.
It makes sense too, because I doubt if it was being able to protect stuff, there's no way the thing could just rip it off a tree, right? Like that logic doesn't work.
No, of course
it wouldn't be able to touch it. Yeah, okay.
It can't. Spirits of evil cannot interact with like blessing stuff of good. It can't just get rid of it. Yeah. Interesting.
I like this so far. This is fun.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. I like it. I like part 1. Are you ready for part 2?
Yeah. Numero part 2.
Part 2. All right. Here we go. I'm sorry for the delay, everyone. We're collecting ourselves. Sorry for any formatting issues. I'm writing this on my phone. Face Dad picked us up in his truck. He brought his buddy with him, who is now following us in my car. A lot of things happened last night. Some things I won't share because I'm not sure how to interpret them yet. I'm not even sure I understand what happened, but here are the most important things. Also managed to get some recordings, which I'll try to upload when we get home to California in a few days. I tried to stay awake last night until 1 a.m. because over the past few nights, this is the approximate time the noises change from rustling and branches cracking to voices. I didn't make it. I fell asleep on the couch with my laptop open, waiting for the Wi-Fi to come back. I think this was about 12:30 a.m. I woke up right around 1:15 to a muffled voice. In my sleepy days, I struggled to figure out where it was coming from. I thought it was just outside the living room window, so I sat there quietly, trying to make the words out. It was a woman's voice and said things like,
"A few days. It's not mine. I'm not alone. Okay?"
I got up and peeked out the curtains and didn't see anyone. But then the voice said,
"It's my parents' house."
And I knew the voice was Faye's. Oh, that gives me chills. Oh my gosh. Like she's right next to you, but it sounds like her, you know? Oh, that's good. As I mentioned earlier, my fiance had an undiagnosed sleep disorder and has extensive sleep talks and sometimes sleepwalks. So she has had pronounced night terrors since she was a little kid. I'll post a story on that someday. I walked into the bedroom to find Faye sleeping on her tummy as usual. She didn't say anything else as I came in. Wait, hold on. Is he saying now that this is her sleep talking?
No, I think that, well, let me see.
I think he's saying at this point he's still hoping it's her sleep talking.
Yeah, I think that's what I think it is. Is he's saying like, I hope it's just her kind of mumbling to herself.
Two things really disturb me about this situation though. The first is that she appeared to be having a conversation with someone, which is actually quite common for her. But the person she was conversing with was interrogating her, asking her questions about herself, me, the cabin, etc. Second, in her sleep, Faye was imitating another voice. It wasn't hers that she was speaking with. She was altering the pitch and tone to sound like a different person. My modus operandi is to not wake her up when she has sleep disturbances. There's a story about this. Expect one someday. Instead, I gently rub her back and hair, which calms her, and puts her back to restful sleep. I did this for a few minutes, but then there was another noise, off in the distance outside. I got up and walked to the window to listen, and I think this was the first time that I really felt scared enough that I felt like we were in real danger. First of all, Hunter, as the certified hater of fun on the channel, do you find that gross that he rubs his wife's back and calms her?
No, I think that's respectful and nice. I just don't like fucking cuddling, man. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. You know, it does sound like to me though a bit. Do you think I'm almost interpreting her sleep talking? Like, yes, she does it like that. That's a thing that she does, but I almost feel like she's talking with the thing outside.
Yeah, I think that's what it's talking about. Okay. There's also where she was sick earlier. She might be something's trying to possess her potentially. That's what I thought. That's what I was thinking too. But I'm like, I don't want to jump to that conclusion too yet. Because also people can be scared and like, I don't know, your body can just, I don't know. Hold on. There is a Navajo spirit that does, I mean, a lot of them do, but there's one that's like a skinwalker, but it possesses you. I know the skinwalker spirit, or what? Hold on. Spirit. The Chindi. I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
The Chindi.
I think a Chindi is the miasma left behind after a person dies, leaves the body with diseaseless breath. Maybe this isn't what I'm thinking of. Believe that contact with... Okay, here it is. Traditional Navajo believe that contact with the Chindi can cause illness and death. Chindi are believed to linger around the deceased bones. No, this sounds like more like the unclean parts of a spirit. Maybe not. Maybe that's not what I'm thinking of, but... Yeah, anyway, there's spirits that can cause possession in the tradition. Navajo aren't super associated with Colorado, but I think they're like, this is clearly Skinwalker, like Dreamcatcher stuff, like it's using symbols of it and things like that. So maybe it is some Navajo spirit that can possess. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, just theorizing. But yeah, right. I think it's some kind of possession or something. So anyway, he hears something outside, feels like he was really scared. It was a child singing in the dark. I couldn't really make out much of what she or he was saying, but I'm certain that it was a child, like ages 6 to 8, trying to sing a song. The snow had abated for a while now, and the stars were notably bright, so I could see all the way to the rim of the forest, about 20 yards out. There was a figure standing there, just past the first trees, back facing me, looking up at either the moon or the tops of the trees. It stood so still that I convinced myself it was a tree stump or something. And in a few minutes, it was no longer visible. My skeptical nature compels me to be reasonable and say my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I turned around, Faye was sitting straight up in bed. I don't like that.
Oh, God.
Eyes closed. She does this a lot in her sleep. She craned her neck and said something like,
"Don't let them in. Don't let him inside."
She was still doing the weird voice, so I woke her up.
Yeah, damn right I'd fucking wake her up. I'd bro, shaking baby syndrome with that shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Hey, Faye, you want to wake up? Faye? that's how I'd be.
I just nope, like kicking her. There was something Kayla did one time. Oh gosh, what was it? She said something like, "Why are there chains?" or "Why do I have chains?" or something like that in her sleep. And I was just like, nope. Just like I started shaking her super hard, like, you're awake.
Oh God, dude.
Yeah. I don't care for that at all. I had my youngest sister. She used to talk in her sleep all the time. Like she'd have whole conversations. And one time we were all, I think we had friends over or something, or we had family over. So all of us had to sleep in the living room, and just, for no reason at all, at like 2 a.m. in her sleep, she just starts screaming.
Yeah.
Like
fuck that.
Like full from the gut, like, you know, a high pitched woman scream. And I'm up and I immediately like hit her. And she wakes up and she's crying. She's like, "Ow, why'd you hit me?" I'm like, "You were screaming." She was like, "No, I wasn't. I was having a good dream. Why are you mean to me?" And I got in trouble for it.
Jesus.
I remember that thoroughly.
Yeah, I can't stand that shit.
Yeah, not a fan.
It creeps me out too much, and I'm like, okay, haha, we're done with that. Thanks. Also, everybody who ever wakes up, they always get super pissed every time. What the fuck? What?
Yes. I dated a girl one time who, like, she would sleepwalk. They lived in a 2-story house. She would walk all up and down the stairs back and forth.
Oh God, no,
completely
thank you.
asleep.
No, thank you, sir. No.
One time she went to her parents' room while her parents were asleep, and goes and opens their door, and standing in the front says, "I have a speech to make." And they wake up and they're like, "What?" And then she goes, "Never mind," and then turns around and starts to walk away. So the mom goes up to her, is like, "Are you okay?" And she wakes up. Like,
my buddy's brother used to sleepwalk really bad, and he would do something similar where he would go into people's rooms and just stand there, and it was fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
So his little brother would put Legos in front of his door, so he stepped on them. And there'd be times though where he would step through them, and like that wouldn't wake him up, like the pain. Dude, if anyone's ever stepped on a Lego, it painful.
Hurts. Yeah.
He'd wake up and be like, "What the fuck is going on with my feet?" Because he's like crumbling them. But yeah, I just thought that was funny.
Dude, I'm not. It's terrifying. I don't like it. Anyway, we'll get back to the story. But yeah, Faye and I sat in the bedroom with the lights on, talking about what we should do. Try to get online to send an email to her parents, but of course it doesn't work when you need it. We agreed to stay in the same room and try to fall back asleep. At one point, I got up to get her some water. She hadn't vomited in several hours now and was feeling a lot better. And out the kitchen window, I saw flashes of pale light. They weren't like the flashes you'd see when someone walks through the woods with a flashlight. They were more like if someone had a lantern that they could slowly turn on and off. I flicked on the porch lights at the front and side of the house, hoping that it would discourage anyone from trying to approach. But as I walked back to the bedroom, I saw the distinct outline of a person through the window curtain in the living room. They were pressed against the glass with their hands on it, trying to peer inside. Since it was dark in the living room and bright outside, I could clearly see their silhouette. I shouted and approached the window, but the person ran off before I pulled the curtain open.
Ugh. The idea of someone pressing their hands up against to get a better look inside is so creepy.
I don't know. Maybe I just maybe it's where I'm alone right now. I don't know what it is.
You get a little eerie.
Something's got me a little creeped right now.
I have somebody else in the studio with me right now, but I'm just kind of I have that fake window behind me, and I keep kind of in my OBS recording, I keep kind of peering over at it because there's also a head on that's by it. So I keep thinking someone's looking in that window too. It's just kind of fucking with me.
I've always had the nightmare of you're walking through the house at 2 a.m. and then you're somebody. Just and they're pressed against the glass, almost
like some home intruder stuff. Oh, are they asleep or something? Yeah.
Okay, I'm a little wigged out right now, I'll be honest. Faye slept soundly, but I continued to hear voices outside. Different ones. On and off all night until dawn. I wrote several of them down. I couldn't sleep, so I camped out in the living room. I kept the bedroom door open so I could hear Faye if she started talking again. The voices would go away for hours and then start right back up again. At one point, I fell asleep because I was awoken by the sound of a light switch flicking on and off. From the couch, I could see the light from outside going on and off in a pattern of 5. I can't explain why this disturbed me so much, but it did, and I imagined some kind of horrible creature standing in my house somewhere, flipping the switch up and down and smiling. Wait, hold on. So he's in the room with Faye, right?
Right.
And he's hearing the light switch from another room in the house?
Yeah, but I thought he said that it's from the front porch, right? Yeah, the couch. I could see the light from outside going on and off in patterns of 5.
Yeah. The light. Okay, the front porch light. Something's on the porch flicking the lights. Okay. But no, then he says, I imagine some horrible creature standing in my house.
Oh, interesting. So he hears
He must be in the bedroom with her.
Yeah.
And the light switch that's going off is whoever's at the front door.
Yeah, that's turning, because what I'm imagining is he's saying that there's something inside turning the porch light on and off from inside the house is what I think.
Yeah.
That's what he's picturing.
I think you're right. You're probably right. I don't like that. Okay. First instinct was to check on Faye, and I nearly had a heart attack when I saw that she wasn't in bed.
Oh, God.
I started calling her name and pacing around the house, looking out the windows to see if she was outside. When I looked out the kitchen window, there she was, sitting on the hood of my car about 30 feet out in the driveway. Her back was to me. She was staring off into the forest. She was absolutely rigid, just the way she sits up in bed when she's asleep. Faye has sleepwalked all over the house back home in California. I found her in the kitchen and the downstairs hallway and the living room, but she's never gone outside. I shouted her name from the kitchen, but the second I did, Faye jumped off my car and dashed into...
Oh my God.
Faye jumped off my car and dashed into the woods at full speed. A full sprint. She never looked back at me. I started flipping out and screaming her name over and over. I scrambled to grab my boots to go after her, but the second I pulled the front door open, Faye called out my name from behind.
Oh my God.
Yep. She was standing in the hall, looking confused, asking me what was wrong. Apparently, she had been in the bathroom in my masculine crusade. I'd forgotten to check there. I looked out of my car and into the forest, and honestly, the first thought that came to my mind was,
"You clever motherfucker."
Man, talk about a way to get him out of the house, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Man, so crazy. And that's the time too that it doesn't say anything. It just darts. Because I feel like also if it would have talked there, he would have been like, why does she sound so strange?
It would have thrown off the illusion,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Versus him thinking she's sleepwalking into the woods. Needless to say, we stayed up the remaining few hours until dawn, intermittently writing down the voices we heard, which faded away and became less frequent with the passage of time. I'll try to get the recordings up in a few days. For now, here's a list of the voices we heard. We recalled some of the voices from the previous nights from memory. I just figured you'd like to know what was being said throughout the duration of this lovely cabin experience. I returned to Colorado, but screw Pikes Peak. The question mark indicates words that were very unclear. So these, I'll let you do all of these. This first set is in a man's voice, vaguely familiar, but couldn't put a face to it over the past several nights.
Hello? Oh, God. Look at it. Look. Hello? Don't. They see in the dark. I'm lost. What you. Wolmai. It's very dark. I see those lights. I'll come down there. Don't smile. I see you.
I didn't like those.
Yeah, it could have been the goat smile. It's just weird.
Yeah, so that reminds me. Okay, so one of the main ideas was like skinwalker stuff or mimic stuff in general, is that it can like copy, people it kills or like their last words and stuff. So a lot of that could be the last words of someone who was attacked by it, right?
Yeah, like the weird last things that they learned from people and they stole their voice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They see in the dark, look at it, stuff like that. I see those lights. Okay, the next set is from a woman's voice, sounding age 20-ish. This was all heard last night.
Lay it on the ground and burn it. Turn it. La 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 la.
I don't like that.
La 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 la.
Dude.
I don't like that at all. The monotone, not melodic at all. So weird. Just like
bro.
La 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 la.
Stop. I'm actually
creepy.
I'm actually kind of scared right now. I don't. Just the idea of like, you can't even process what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
It's just like it's so uncanny.
Ooh, this next one though. She talks in her sleep. She's talking to me now.
I don't like that. I don't like
and
it.
Then abbreviated, threatening,
else?
malicious voice. How creepy is that?
Can we do something else?
No, this is our job. Sorry.
All right. Okay. The next set is for, I don't want to give Hunter this voice direction. A child sounding about 6 to 8 years old, indeterminate sex. And this was all.
I mean, they're young enough. You probably wouldn't be able to 6 to 8.
Yeah.
So crying and whining, just like. Which also, dude, kids laughing, scary. I don't give a fuck if it's like joyful or not. I'm always like,
well, imagine you hear.
Oh, in the middle of Colorado, fuck that, dude.
Also think about it this way: you hear the singing and stuff like 100 yards away, and then you hear the laughing in the house or something.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely not. No.
Oh, so me I do. Why do I do? Eat, eat, eat. I am a vacant, naked soul. Me I do. When do we go inside?
Sounding like a robot trying to mimic a child.
What? So I wonder if there's like weird, like almost like, when do we go inside? If there's like some kind of weird like frequency thing there, maybe. I don't know.
When do we go inside? Or like if it's trying to be a kid, it'd be like, When do we go inside? When do we go
Oh, here we
inside?
go.
When do
Here
we
we
go
go.
inside?
The next line too is voice of my mother a few nights ago. I love this. Laughing, joking. She had a recognizable Bostonian accent. Stop. That's my Bostonian accent.
Thank you.
Look at the windows. Did you see it?
Your mom telling you to look out the windows.
So great. Yeah. Look at the windows. And the next one is voice of
I'm
face
actually,
grandfather.
hold on. Can we chill for a second? I'm actually like, in my head, I am so there. And I imagine him like in a dark cabin. You can hear like the wind and snow. And like, I just imagine if like he hears his mom go, look at the windows, that he'll look at the window and there will just be this huge like eye.
Let's just take a second to just be quiet and then just put like a soundscape of wind, snow, just like sounds and stuff, and then everyone just like picture something staring, looking at you inside the window. And this is the kind of vibe we're getting.
Hunter.
That would be
so
terrifying, especially with a voice that's coming from like your mom or like children, like any. Oh God, fuck that. And the last one here. We're almost done with the second one here.
Yeah.
The voice of Faye's grandfather, which was a few nights ago. Lots of indiscernible groaning and calling for help. So I imagine almost like pain, like he's like,
Yeah.
Help! There's bodies still on the ground there. Never found them, but they're there. Right here. Right here. Oh, they found it. They found it. Ugh. I'm standing in the same place. 20 years.
And finally, by the way, I forgot to check to see if the dream catcher was still there out back. You're welcome to drive out there and look for yourself.
You'd have to imagine it is, or hopefully it is. I feel like if it was still there, I'd feel pretty good. I'm wondering though too, do you think that there's any possible way that the people, which also, by the way, everyone, that's the end of part 2, going into part 3 now. Is there any possible way that the people that are looking into the house could be people who possibly made the dream catcher, or people like checking on them in a weird way, but they don't want to interact with them in a way of getting cursed or something?
I had that thought, yeah, that it could be, but I don't think they'd be getting that close.
True.
Okay, maybe the lanterns were. The lanterns might have been.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is, oh, that's them walking up to see, or maybe even check on the dream catcher or something. And that's them like looking in to see like, oh, wait, there's people here. Because maybe they didn't even know that, because maybe they saw the car out front and they're like, oh, wait, what the fuck? There's people here. And he's looking in maybe. The
issue would be, why were they that close?
To the
skinwalker.
There's also the thing of, well, I don't know. Well, maybe they have their own way of protecting themselves from it. But then also whenever he was like, whenever he looked at the window and the thing ran off, maybe they're like, they don't want to talk with this person in the hopes that like the skinwalker might take their voice or something. Like, I just think that there might be some kind of curse.
That's true.
So I don't know.
All right.
Part 3.
Yeah, part 3. I'm honestly, this is like getting to me, but this is the reason that like I use Wendigo imagery for stuff and things like that, because like I know the Wendigo isn't this and the Skinwalker aren't the same thing, but like the modern Wendigo adaptations as it's used, like as it was used in Pet Sematary and stuff like that, like the kind of the Americanized, modern version, whatever.
Sure.
Or I guess I should say westernized, modern culture or whatever. It adapts a lot of those, and it's always scary to me. It always has such a, it never loses the weight of it. Yeah, the versatility of it.
It's pretty insane.
Never loses the punch. You can always do something with it. Because
it's also not just one kind of imagery too. It's so like, I mean, I goes into the versatility, but still it's just it's such a cool concept.
Yeah. All right. Whew. So
part 3.
Part 3. So that night, we sat down with Faye's mom, Laura, in her bedroom while her dad was watching the news downstairs. Her mom was so upset at the stories we told her. I mean, she was visibly disturbed to the point of being in tears. She kept apologizing to Faye and hugging her. Laura told us that they'd purchased that cabin from their good friend, Jennifer, I think, who moved to Nevada about 20 years ago, and that Jennifer and her husband had complained about all sorts of weird experiences while living there. Her husband, Tom, like myself, was fond of hiking and exploring the woods and collected a ton of arrowheads and other neat trinkets he'd found on his travels around Pikes Peak. But Jennifer started having dreams about Tom being dragged off into the woods from their bedroom. She had all kinds of horrific nightmares about him being skinned and pinned up in the trees like some kind of macabre artwork. Jennifer said that while Tom was at work, she would occasionally hear the voice of her daughter, who died in childhood of some kind of bone cancer, calling out, "Mommy," from the edge of the forest. Jennifer's doctors claimed it was the medication she was on and changed her meds. Tom got a new job in Vegas and they basically noped out of there. On a lighter note, Tom himself. On a lighter note, Tom took his own life in the garage 2 years after they moved. No note or anything. That's great. That's so cool and awesome.
God, I feel bad for Jennifer. First, their child, and then Tom, just inexplicably.
Well, I think where this is going is that you take a part of it with you.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, the story, they're not going to go back to that cabin.
It feels like there's some kind of curse aspect.
So, yeah, it's like a curse aspect. And I also understand why the mom wouldn't, it's like, oh, you bought it off your friends and they had like nightmares there. Okay.
Yeah. Or just like, oh yeah, we used to be in the cabin up there, but it was really weird. So we're just, I don't know, we're just going to leave. And then I don't think that you would immediately interpret that like, oh, this is crazy. Instead, you're probably like, oh, okay. I mean, yeah, we like hiking. I mean, there's already established too that like they're all kind of like active people as well. So it's like, might as well. Why not? Yeah. But also that you're good buddies. I don't know.
Anyway, Laura, Faye's mom, and Greg, Faye's dad, only used the cabin as a getaway in summers. Laura never experienced anything beyond weird feelings while she was there, and she chalked that up to all the crazy stories Jennifer had told her. Greg, however, who suffers from PTSD-related nightmares occasionally, experienced exacerbated sleep disturbances in the cabin. Over the years, he became reluctant to go there and claimed that all the things he'd seen in Vietnam came back to him while he slept there. You want to know one of the craziest stories I've heard from a Vietnam vet?
What's that?
This is unrelated, but while we're talking about terrors of war, I think this is interesting. There's a guy I know who used to work at this gun shop I would frequent, and he was a riverboat gunner in Vietnam. And he did some deployments to like, set up ambushes or whatever. And he had completely forgot about this story where one time he was, waiting on patrol outside of a village, and he was using a little nail that he had found like just lying in the rubble outside of the village. And he was cleaning the dirt from under his fingernails. And he hears a noise, and he was laying on the ground next to the M60, the big belt-fed gun. He was cleaning his fingernails, and he hears a noise, and he looks up, and like 5 feet from his face, there is a guy standing there holding a rifle, like a Vietnamese, like a Viet Cong, standing there just looking down at him.
Oh, God.
Just holding the gun. And he says that the man said, "Are you going to shoot me?" in perfect English. And like in reaction, he like dropped the nail, pulled the gun, shot the guy. And while telling me the story, he said, to this day, I don't know if he spoke English or if I heard it in my head.
That is fucking insane.
He had completely forgotten about that story. Never remembered it, got out of the war, never bothered him until 40 years later, he was helping his son build a barn on his property. And then midway through, he picked up a nail and started to pick dirt from under his fingernail, and it all came back to him at once.
It's insane what the human brain can just store away.
Yeah, just completely blocked off until that moment. And he remembered it all like it happened yesterday. Yeah.
Also, to go back to the story as well, the dad having those kinds of sleep nightmare issues. Do you think it's just something gene wise that he passed down to his daughter with hers, or do you think do you think it could have affected them from whenever she was maybe younger and they bought the property?
Maybe the dad's getting it just because maybe it just targets whatever the weaker link is at the time, because the dad has those memories from Vietnam, so he can be targeted there, and she has religious beliefs and suffers from like sleepwalking and stuff like that.
The other owners too, it seemed like Jennifer was maybe the most mentally stable and like the most strongest willed person, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe it just picks a target, you know? Allegedly, some of the people he saw get killed would come back to talk to him in his dreams at that cabin. The last time he stayed there, he woke up in a dream to find a few of them sitting in his bedroom with him. Maimed, rotted, etc. Privately mentioned to Laura that he also heard their voices in the forest, crying, begging, screaming for their mothers, etc. Oh, and guess what time he always heard them?
Yeah. Do we think that some of these memories or some of these souls or ideas could maybe get trapped in the forest as well? Like we had the old man before who was like, I've been standing here for 20 years. Do you think that any of these things could like be aberrations that can manifest physically in the space out in the woods?
Potentially. We don't know enough about it yet. We don't know if it's just repeating the words that were said.
Right.
But yes, I think it's very possible that it could be just repeating words of spirits, like, you know, the lost, or it could be maybe the ghost, or sorry, maybe the monster itself is trying to tell them something using the voices, right? Okay. Maybe something did happen at this land 20 years ago or whatever, and it's using someone's voice to say that. Who knows? Laura told us that she honestly did not believe that there was anything really wrong with the cabin. Faye was extremely pissed and let her have it. Kind of ended our visit on a bad note. Later that night, I was up reading, and Faye was sleeping next to me. She always falls asleep before me. That girl could fall asleep on a pile of rocks. She started mumbling in her sleep, so I listened carefully. Here's a few things I heard her say.
Never, never, never. No, I wouldn't. On the mountain. I can't. Why? His name? We don't know you. No, it's Felix.
So she's talking to something again.
Mm-hmm.
About 2 hours later, she woke me up by nudging me in her sleep and saying,
oh shit, sorry.
Tell the man in the hall to leave.
No. This set me over the edge, so I go to the bathroom and get some water. I didn't find anything strange. I had a very hard time falling asleep though. Bro, if my wife was sleep talking and she's like, tell the man in the hall to leave, I'm like, well, I'm not leaving till sunrise. I'm going to piss the bed and I'm going to sit right here. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, God.
What? What?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, tell the man, just looking at all this stuff of the back and forth. I just like, I'm going to sit here till, you know, you're just saying, I'm going to sit here till I leave. And I just
do that to me. Oh sorry. My gosh. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to beat you with a bat. We're talking about this. I'm amped up. I'm scared. And you go, oh God. And then go quiet on me. Shut up. Don't do that. I'm so mad. Hunter, this was supposed to be a Creep TV episode. We were supposed to have a goofy fun time.
This story rolls so far, though. I'm stoked.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's good. That's why I'm pissed. Okay. This morning, we heard back from the guy who went up to the cabin to check it for gas leaks or carbon monoxide at the behest of a few scrupulous Redditors. The guy mentioned that radon is a really big problem in some of these old places in the mountains. He's some kind of super badass handyman with all kinds of equipment, so he wrangled up one of the Pink Rangers and they went up to the place together. Apparently, there were tracks all around the house, a dozen pairs of them. Like a large group of people had been wandering around looking in the windows. I don't like that. All of the windows and doors were sealed the way we left them. When they got inside, some stuff was moved around. Silverware drawer was emptied onto the kitchen floor and turned upside down. Power was completely dead. The weirdest thing was that there was water all over the bed and on the floor, but our guy checked for leaks in the ceiling and the bathroom pipes. Nothing. Nothing had been stolen from the house, not even food. Some of the old clothes in the bedroom closet were strewn on the ground, but nothing stolen. Like, maybe someone was trying them on or smelling them. Oh no.
Definitely seems like something came in from outside and was standing on the bed maybe and it leaked on like all the water leaking through there seems like maybe it was melted snow.
Dude, I'm actually kind of freaked out right now. Do you get what it means? I think it means by smelling them that it got their scent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
And it's now tracking them like a bloodhound.
I'm wondering, yeah. I don't want to speculate too much, but yeah, I'm curious to see, especially with these conversations she's having with whatever random entity in her dreams. Is it the thing that was in her house? Was she like, in her dream, was she in the house talking to it? I don't know.
Hunter. The ranger said that there were legends about the mountain. Something about things that sort of act like people. But they come out of the old abandoned mines. Greg's friend couldn't remember the name the ranger gave them. It was in a native language. What if it's like, what's the name of the mine? And he's like, oh, Baraska.
Steven. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. What's the name of the mine? Something Baraska, but the sign's messed up.
Just says Steven.
Yeah, it just said Steven.
I asked Greg to ask the ranger about the sounds I heard, specifically the wachu wachu wolmai wolmai, and he said it's a widely recognizable chant, but he doesn't know what it means. Anyone here have any idea? So no radon, no carbon monoxide, and no gas. Place is all electric. He checked for mold, but said it was unlikely that there would be any all the way up there. He did say it's possible that there's some kind of electrical problem and that this can sometimes cause people to feel very unsettled and maybe have hallucinations. He has some kind of Geiger counter or a gadget that detects issues like this, but it was broken when he tried to use it. Electrical problem that causes hallucinations? What kind of electrical
I heard that too,
and I was talking about?
Yeah, I was like, what?
I don't think that's right. I think they're lying to make you feel better.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to keep a close eye on Faye. She's still shaking up about all this. If there's anything left to report, I'll let you know. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Our first update, which, guess what? We have begun hearing voices outside our home. Who could have guessed? Faye is really upset and feels that I might have exacerbated these strange circumstances by giving them widespread exposure online. I'm going to go dark for a few days and see if that helps. Don't worry about us. We have a few close friends looking out for us. They know the entire story. Hi everyone, another update I imagine. I just want to make a quick update. As promised, because Faye and I are flying back to California shortly. Faye's back to normal. Feeling great. I watched her eat a huge plate of chicken parmesan yesterday. You want to make any comments about that?
Not yet.
Okay. Normally just in a story when it mentions a woman doing something benign, you're like, oh yeah. Whatever, but
oh god, chicken parmesan.
There you go. That's one.
Eat it up, baby. Eat it up.
There you go. All right, just making sure you're feeling yourself.
A gabagoo.
I'm just checking to make sure you're not a skinwalker as well.
Yeah.
The first thing I should mention is that Faye's father was very reluctant to talk about the cabin or the weird experiences we'd had there. He kept trying to change the subject and was generally in a bad mood, which is pretty normal for him. He's a really grumbly Vietnam vet and has been in the army since he was young. His personality is exactly what you'd imagine it. Faye asked him bluntly,
if something is wrong with the cabin, why would you let us go up there in the first place?
And his response was,
talk to your mother. End of part 3. Ooh, the mystery keeps unfolding. I like it.
Oh no, do you think that's a mystery step, or do you think that's just an old man who doesn't want to talk about it, being like, oh, go to your mom?
I feel like, yeah, he's grumpy, but I feel like these things, it's a Vietnam vet. Obviously, somebody has, reasons to be grumpy, or that's just their personality. But I feel like to be that blunt about asking your mother. Also, too, the mom was like, yeah, I don't think anything's weird up there. Seems like she's trying to cover her tracks a bit, is how I'm reading it.
Do you think he might be or Faye might be possessed?
Well, that's what I wanted to say when you said, do you want to say anything? When you said, do you want to say anything? I thought you were referring to like question there.
No, I was just making a joke about a woman eating.
To me, it almost felt like that post felt way too positive for the turn of events that had been happening. So that's why I was like, oh, this is the part where Yeah, something has maybe
going from hearing voices outside to suddenly like, oh, she's
like,
now.
oh, it's fine.
That felt kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, are you ready with that to go to part 4?
Part 4.
Over the weekend, my fiance and I stayed in her parents' cabin up in Pikes Peak, Colorado. I made a no sleep post about the disturbing events, which is what we've read so far, that transpired over the course of a few nights. Many people have messaged me for an update, but I stopped responding because things have gotten worse since we returned home to California. Well, it's time I say what's going on here. I'm sorry that this is long, but I wanted to document everything. Faye and I flew back from Colorado on Wednesday afternoon. She slept the entire flight, despite the noise, which amazed me. I can't sleep on planes because I'm absolutely terrified of flying. I'd rather stay another night in that cabin. No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, no shit. God, dude.
Yeah, don't give me any of that cutesy like, oh, well, geez, guys, I'm so afraid of flying. Shut up. No, you wouldn't. Grow up. When we got home, I ordered a pizza and she wolfed down. Her appetite has returned in full force, which is great news. I like to imagine at this point she's like a werewolf.
Yeah, she's completely changed. Well, what's weird too is like I'm picturing in movies like in The Wailing. You know, have you seen The Wailing?
Yeah.
At the end of that movie, the little girl, when she's possessed by the demon, is like scarfing down all that food in the fridge.
Yeah.
Almost like an insatiable hunger, like a creature hasn't eaten in a long time. That's what I'm picturing. I mean, especially like a whole pizza, and to be like, oh well, I'm glad she's feeling better, but I think it almost not that we've had anything with her appetite, but it almost feels out of character, like uncharacteristic of her.
Maybe she's possessed by something that's doing it. I like the idea of demons having like, not just demons, you know what I mean, spirits, ghosts, whatever, having like this insatiable gluttony. You know,
oh sure,
like they constantly have to consume all the time.
Sense.
You know,
gluttonous, evil creatures. Like it's never enough. It goes in with the key. It goes in with the evil. Like there's like, you know, why do you choose your victims? It's just evil. There's never enough victims. You know, it's just a gluttonous kind of act altogether. So
she wolfed down a pizza. I mentioned this in my original post, but Faye has an undiagnosed sleep disorder. She has pronounced night terrors, sleep talking, occasional sleepwalking. This disorder lies dormant 90% of the time, but it tends to flare up when she's under a lot of stress. If we're moving, if she's changing jobs, or if a relative dies, I can expect a night of horrifying talking and odd behavior. Needless to say, our experiences at the cabin have set Faye on edge. Although she's in high spirits, she's still afraid at night. I am too. That night after pizza, she fell asleep on the couch while we watched Wedding Crashers. Around 10 p.m., the movie ended and I turned the TV off. So I brought our plate to the kitchen, passed by the stairwell. I don't like this. Bro, I'm
right outside your house too is those staircases. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, you have a full flight of steps looking at you.
I'm like wigged out now. I don't like it here. Where's my gun at? Someone move my gun on me. And I always pull out the gun that makes me safe. My safety gun. It's not here. Whatever. Just the idea. I don't like the idea of someone in the house. You know, it just.
Yeah. It's unsettling. It's just a total invasion of privacy.
As I brought our plates to the kitchen, I passed by the stairwell and heard a faint noise from upstairs that sounded like a man sighing. Stop that. Shut up. I shrugged it off and woke Faye up. We brushed our teeth and went to bed. It better have been, if he knew he heard a man sighing, he better not have just like brushed it off. It better have been like, huh, that must be the AC kicking on, or, you know, something like that. Yeah. Faye talked in her sleep a lot that night. And it started at about 1 a.m. I woke up to her calling out.
What did you do?
And
do you need help?
And laughing. This isn't really unusual for her. She babbled occasionally, said a few funny things, etc. I woke up again around 4 and heard her talking, but this time she was doing something she's never done before. Been together for almost 5 years, and not once she ever whispered in her sleep. But now she was whispering with her back turned to me. For a second, I thought someone was lying on the floor at her edge of the bed, talking back to her.
Ugh.
Bro, I'm like, I'm just tweaking a little bit. It's okay. I swear, I keep seeing my door. The dogs are locked up. It's not the dogs this time. There's like, it's just the way the door shuts. There's a shadow directly in front of the door. And I don't, shut up with your, whatever you are. Stop talking. Hunter. Quit. Let me stop. You're a loser. You're a little punk. That's what you are. This disturbed the shit out of me, so I sat up and leaned over her, trying to listen in the dark. The only thing I heard her say discernibly was, "Shh." I asked her,
"Faye, what are you talking about?"
And she didn't respond. I said,
"Who are you talking to?"
And she replied,
"Don't."
And nudged me. Another unusual thing happened. At about 5:45 a.m., I woke up to Faye getting back into bed. She hurried into the bedroom from the hall and got back into bed quickly, making zero attempt not to wake me. First of all, Faye does not get up ever. She sleeps like a dead horse, and even if she went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, which she never does, the bathroom is not down the hall, it's in our bedroom. When I asked her what she was doing the next morning, she claimed to have no memory of it.
Oh my God. Her, like, especially I imagine like somebody like running back in and just immediately laying down. So creepy.
What if your wife got up to go to bed in the middle of the night and then something that looked like your wife came and got in bed?
I would say, I'm a married man.
That's what makes me feel better. Do more of that. Do some more riffing. I need it right now. I need more. Talk about getting molested by the ancient
that's
spirit.
a good. You raised up a good point though. Are you assuming under the assumption that this is the skinwalker that's with him?
No, I don't think it's made it this far yet. I think it's just the spirit possessing her. It just gave me the visual of what if it was the skinwalker.
Sure. Yeah. You know? I mean, that's an interesting point. I really didn't think about that.
I think I'm going to make me feel better, because in my head right now, the skinwalker is the scariest thing I've ever seen. So to make me feel better, I think I am instead going to begin imagining it as did you know that SCP that everyone sexualized at once? The werewolf girl?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. There was, hold on. If I have to know about this, you do too. This is good. I have to talk about something else. I'm getting like weirded out. There's this SCP that the whole concept is it's like a mind virus thing. Hold on. SCP-1471. That's it. Go ahead and look it up. It's this mind virus thing that it'll show up in images with you, and it gets closer every time you take a new picture. And it's supposed to look like a scary, like werewolf, like skinwalker-esque thing, but everyone's like, oh, it's something that wants to be near me and never let me go. So immediately, everyone online Rule 34'd it. They goth mommied it. Yeah.
Sure.
And so now to make me feel better, Mallow, that's the name of it, Mallow. I'm going to imagine that this creature is Mallow, and that's going to take the edge off of because I'm getting too amped up right now.
I'm in the nice sweet pocket here. Like it's creeping me out. I feel like it's keeping it's good, man. I want to keep pushing.
All right, we're going to keep pushing. I spent all day Thursday thinking about why Faye was still acting weird. I was the one who found the dream catcher and got close to it. I was the one who interacted with the voices at the cabin. And then I remembered something. On our last night in Colorado at her parents' house, Faye got back into bed around the same time, 5:45 a.m. I barely remembered because I was half asleep, but the image returned to my head. She'd been getting up really, really early for a few days. So last night, I set my phone's alarm to vibrate, and I put the time to 4:45 a.m. In the middle of the night, Faye started talking again. This time, she was doing the same thing she did at the cabin. changing her voice to sound like someone else. For 5 years, she sleep-talked a bunch, but has never whispered or changed her voice until recently. She said a few things which I try to commit to memory.
La, 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 sha, Deontoya. He's still in the trees. Where were you? I look for you. Oh, it's time.
Hold on. If I can pull up her previous sleep talking segments, are any of these a conversation with herself?
That's why I don't.
Where were you?
I'm wondering how much of it too is also people. It was some of the stuff. It was some of the stuff of the younger kids. The younger kids did the indiscernible male or female child did the la la thing. I think it's a mixture of the child and the old man. Maybe is what I can't tell if it's just like hopping between those things.
Because it's all her. It's all her doing this, so it would be her.
Oh, no. I know it's her doing it, but I'm wondering if it's just correlating with the voices we've heard before. So I don't know if the spirit is like going between those things through her.
I don't know yet. Well, maybe we'll get another piece to it that kind of clicks it together in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
About the same time, I heard a noise outside, which sounded like an old man grumbling to himself about something. We live in NorCal in a really woodsy town. So when you look at our bedroom window, there are tons of trees across the street. It was, the reason I keep pausing is I keep looking at my door, I'm losing my mind. It was very dark, but I'm fairly certain I saw a man walking behind the first line of trees. He was too far away to be the one grumbling, but it is very unusual to see anyone over there at this time of night. In fact, I've never seen anyone there at night, ever. Okay, I'm moving the screen over to the right monitor so I can just keep it in my peripheral. How's that? All right. Looking outside required me to open the curtains, which lit up our room with moonlight. When I looked back at the bed, Faye was lying there with her neck craned toward me. I don't like this, bro. Her eyes crazy wide and fixed on me, and her mouth was open. Dude, she issued this really frightening, gurgly, drawn-out groan and flicked her tongue around. Looked like an epileptic fit in slow motion. Faye has definitely opened her eyes in her sleep, but never like this. She looked like a murderer.
Is she just like, is it like almost like a la 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 like la 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 thing, like flicking her tongue, or is it just like?
I imagine more like a snake, but at a normal speed, you know, like it's trying to get to you almost. Because it says, it's like because he looks outside after he heard the noise, right? Yeah. And then he looks back and she's like, like staring at him.
Neck craned, so like bent, looking at him, eyes wide. Her mouth is just open, and her tongue is flicking. Her mouth is wide open, and her tongue is flicking. So it's like like that, and then she has a gurgly like sound coming from her mouth.
I got so scared, I called her name really loud and woke her up. She was confused and asked me why I was at the window. I lied and said I was just closing it because it was cold. I didn't want her to know I'd heard a voice. We talked a bit, but I'll skip that because this is getting long. My alarm woke me up at 4:45 a.m. and I lay there awake, waiting for Faye to get up like she has been the past few nights. She breathes very rhythmically when she's asleep, so I can always tell how deep she's under. Around 5:20, she sat straight up, swung her legs out of the bed, and tiptoed down the hall. I followed behind. When I say that my fiance tiptoed, I don't mean like a child on Christmas Eve. This was robotic, alien, inhuman. She moved like a meth-addicted ballerina zombie. A meth-addicted ballerina zombie.
Stiff. I'm almost picturing like an animal walking upright for the first time or something.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Mama?
Yeah.
You remember the way that thing ran?
Yeah.
I picture that, but slower. I just stood there in our bedroom, poking my head out into the dark hall. Faye looked down the stairs, still standing rigidly on the balls of her feet, swaying to and fro slightly. She did some weird shit. She touched her face slowly for several minutes, touching the banister, touched the wall, flicked the light on and off a few times, all the while maintaining her perfectly regular coma breathing. Then she reached an arm out in the motion of a bicep curl, stretching her fingers and wiggling, then curling them, her hand and her arm back up to her face. I watched her do this motion for about 4 minutes. It looked like she was testing the limb, as if she never used it before. Then I realized she was actually communicating with someone on the first floor of the house. She was making a come hither motion. With full confidence that Faye was sleepwalking, I walked into the hall and leaned over the half wall that overlooks the living room. It was totally dark down there. I couldn't see anything but the clock on the cable box. Faye stood there, waving, smiling, making gestures, then touching her face, pulling gently on her hair. Carefully ushered her back to bed, talked to her softly, trying not to actually wake her. She didn't resist, she never does, and went back to sleep without another word. Dude, that is so menacing.
It is so creepy. It kind of reminds me of the parts in like Paranormal Activity in the first one when Mickey gets up and brings the camera downstairs and he's like looking for his wife, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just that part. It's so creepy. Especially too, it definitely reads like something has possessed her and
yeah, she's definitely possessed.
I'm still I'm still not fully convinced that this isn't still just this isn't that skinwalker thing. Like I still don't know.
You mean that like she's gone?
Like totally for the physical, like the actual Faye is gone is what I'm wondering. I don't know.
Potentially, but then I don't know why it's acting like her the rest of the time, you know?
I don't know.
I think it's
I don't know.
I think it's a spirit myself, but dude, there's something about, gosh, that whole scene. The way it's described,
that was genuinely unnerving.
Like beckoning towards like a pitch black, like a void, right? Because as he describes it, it's like past the banister, you just can't see anything, and just standing there like
in the darkness,
doing like a come here,
smiling
thing.
And like basically just, I mean, almost enjoying like this body. Like it just looks like she's just like overcome with herself. Pretty creepy. And that's the end of part 4, though.
Okay. Well, no, there's one more line. It says, I have zero clue what's going on. I told her this morning what she did, and now we have a doctor's appointment for her at 3 p.m. today.
I don't think the doctor's appointment is going to do much. I'm going to be honest.
I don't think that's, I'm going to be honest. I am not hopeful of the healthcare system at this time.
No.
Maybe another one, but not this one. I'm scared, dude.
Part 5.
I was having a fun time today. Today was like an easy day, and now I'm kind of wigged out a little bit, but that's okay. I can be the better man. Okay, so
looks at part 5. Looks like we can skip the first paragraph and just go to the second one because it looks like it's just a little recap.
Okay, part 5. I took Faye to see her doctor yesterday, and we hesitantly explained what was going on with her. I left out the paranormal stuff because I didn't want to get put in a ward. She seemed really concerned about Faye, ordered a blood test, gave her a physical, asked her about diet and drugs, medications, etc. Faye and I are both non-drinkers, non-drug users, and neither of us are on medication. She wants Faye to be evaluated by a psychiatrist next week. For now, she gave her a sedative at night and some anti-anxiety medication. She wants us to get some fresh air and get out of the house, so we're going on a hike today. A Redditor named Pixie Dix brought up the possibility that the child's voice outside the cabin asking, "When do we go inside?" might not refer to inside the cabin, but rather inside of Faye. What a great thing to suggest to this poor man. This really worries me because it corroborates some of the strange behavior she's been exhibiting in her sleep. I contacted the park ranger, who's pretty sympathetic to our situation, and he's going to get in touch with some of the members of his tribe. Some of the members of his tribe who have experience with spiritual guidance and medicine. He is convinced that Faye and I have attracted the attention of the ones who come out of the mines. Lucky us. More on that later. That's so funny. It's like you call the park ranger. It's like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ghost in your blood. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one.
To be sure though, the park ranger is of native descent, correct?
A million percent. It's just funnier in my head if it's like a Wisconsin man.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, we can get you in touch with the spiritual healers down here. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Don't worry. Call up some buddies of mine. They got mind possessions all the time. This happened to my buddy Frank's wife last week. You know, we had her fixed up in a jiffy. Oh yeah. Just the casualness of how it's described. Like we called him and he's sympathetic. So, you know, we're getting in touch with the doctor of the tribe to try to get the spirit, those who are out of the mine, out of my wife's body.
I'm kind of wondering if the people of the spirit are going to be like, you cannot come in contact with us. Yeah.
They're like, oh, where did you say you live again? Okay, cool. And then they just like kill them.
Yeah, I'm going to be really surprised if they're just like, yeah, I mean, we could have helped you, but now it's too far gone. Like that's like the ultimate nightmare. Someone being like, yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah, have fun with your demon wife. Hey, we all got one, don't we, bud? Haha. Yeah, all right, enough. You kids be safe. Some Redditors have recommended that I test Faye, see if it's really her. So yesterday evening, against my wallet's advice, I took her to our favorite steakhouse. I only ever ordered one meal there. Medium tri-tip, house macaroni and cheese, and a bottled root beer. I mean, that's a very childish order, but that's also, I think, exactly what I would order at a steakhouse.
I mean, it sounds pretty good, if I'm being honest. It does not sound bad.
Faye only ever orders one meal there, too. Barbecue chicken sandwich with mac and cheese and a salad with ranch dressing. She gets a barbecue chicken sandwich every time she goes to a steakhouse. And a Coke. She drinks Coke only. Her blood's mostly Coca-Cola. Faye took a long time deciding what to order and ended up ordering a New York strip. I jokingly told her to order for me too, and she said,
I don't know what you want.
Oh no, she also ordered water instead of Coke. Usually we have arguments over how much Coke she drinks and how I'm always trying to get her to hydrate better and just drink water. This was really unsettling to me. At the end of the night, when we were walking back to my car, I kissed her temple and asked if she still liked it when I called her Noodle. She said, of course. I've never called her Noodle in my entire life. Her nickname has always been Monkey Toes. Long story.
Gross.
Shut up. Okay, whatever. Yo, what pet names? You don't like pet names?
Nah, dude. Nah.
Someone add that to the list. Whoever commented the list I asked for earlier, add that to it. Make an addendum.
I'm not about to call my bitch Monkey Toes.
Monkey Toes. I swear.
I'm gonna call her Angel or Pretty Face. Pretty eyes.
Angel.
Toots.
I call Kayla Stinky all the time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I'm like, oh, look at how Stinky doing, or something like that. Okay. When we got home, she cracked open a Coke and got on Facebook, which is completely normal for her. This threw me off. Okay, so
I'm guessing it's intermittent, like it's kind of swaying back and forth.
It is. Also, that's not like a foolproof test. Like, oh, she didn't get the same thing.
Yeah,
again. Maybe
that's
a lot's changed. Maybe she just wants to get something else, right?
To be fair, if you do it every time, it is odd to the point. But it seems like if he admits it to her, then the thing is going to be like, oh yeah, I know, I just want to try something new. So it's not foolproof.
If you do think she's possessed, how creepy is it to just like go about life, you know? Go out for a date night, go home, cuddle on the couch, you know? Like how weird is that?
Very. I mean, I would probably not be in that relationship anymore. That would be I'm no longer dating that person.
Well, I mean, they're married, right? Or fiance.
Even better. You know why? Because then guess what? Divorce. You think a demon understands the litigious aspect of a divorce? I'd be like, hey, here, sign this crazy thing. And it's a fucking post-nuff.
If you find out right now your wife's divorced, what are you doing? What's next move?
If I found out that she's possessed?
Yes.
I'm gone.
No, that's your wife. That's your wife. Dude. You talk big talk.
Till death, because guess what? Till death do us part. And for all intents and purposes, that bitch is dead. Dead to me, dude. No. Ain't no way.
I would still love my wife, I think, and I would still.
It's not your wife. It's the shell of your wife.
I would still cuddle her, even though you hate that, and I would wait for it to go away because I love her.
That's fine, dude. You do that. I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna say Vegas. No, I'm kidding. Hey, sorry that I'm a feminist like that, man. I'm a male feminist.
One thing that's been on my line lately is the song the little kid was singing outside the cabin. For those of you who don't know, in the middle of the night at this cabin in Colorado, we heard a child's voice come out of the forest singing an eerie song. I've been catching myself humming it almost every day. This guy's
So me I do.
I asked Faye if it meant anything to her, and I sang it to her while she was sitting on the couch. After a few repetitions, she sort of went blank. Like she was hypnotized. All right, maybe you have to get rid of her. And just wobbled back and forth ever so slightly for about 8 seconds, then snapped out of it and said,
I don't remember that. So do you think that, okay, so I'm guessing that's like some kind of spell or something.
Well, it wouldn't hurt the spirit because it was the spirit that was singing it.
No, I'm saying that if that's the host, right? So if he's singing it to Faye, and that's the same thing that the spirit used to kind of like infiltrate her, I'm wondering if that disrupts the spit like curse that she's already under.
Oh wait, counter theory. You know, we talked about maybe there's like people coming to check on him and stuff like that, like a group of people who knew what was going on. Maybe there was a child out there who sung that song to ward it off or something.
It could be like a local, like maybe the local tribe that was trying to help or whatever.
Like a paralytic of sorts.
Yeah.
Last night is when shit hit the fan. Oh, now it's hitting the fan.
Now it's hitting the fan.
Yeah, sorry. Everything was like,
it felt like a fucking diarrhea tornado this entire time, but okay.
Yeah, it's apparently about to get worse. I haven't gotten a full night's rest in over a week now, and it's starting to make me feel over emotional and crazy. Faye started murmuring in her sleep around 1 as usual, but I couldn't understand much of it. She sat up in bed, took the sheets off her legs like she was going to get up, but I grabbed her arm and asked her what she was doing. She said,
"Tell them to leave."
Her eyes were completely shut. I asked her,
Who needs to leave?
She sat there for about 2 minutes, not speaking, just sitting straight up. I asked again, and she replied,
"There's a man at the door."
Then 10 seconds later,
"And a woman at the bottom of the stairs."
All right, Hunter, let's roleplay. You're in this scenario. What's step one?
First off, I just want to say 2 minutes is forever. I mean, actually think about sitting there in silence for 2 minutes.
120 seconds? Absolutely
Holy
not.
Shit. Like, you know how long that'd be? I think I would probably be very afraid, and I'd probably be irrational. I'd be like, hey. I'd probably start saying that. Hey.
That's your defense mechanism when you get
and then when she turns at me and she's like, there's someone at the stairs, whatever, I'd say, right. I'd kiss her temple, I'd open the window, and I'd crawl out the window.
Just
and I would chalk up the house as a loss on my taxes, and then that would be it.
Just immediately not even the comprehension of her being left inside.
I am gone.
Chalk up the house as a loss.
I'd kiss her on the forehead and I'd say "Hasta la vista, baby," and I would just open the window and scurry my fat ass out there.
I mean, the hey is really funny. Imagine like something really unsettling happening. You're like, yo, hey, yo, hey. No.
So,
I remember as a kid, like getting really scared at something, like say there's a snake coming at me or a spider, right? And I'd just be like, like I'm trying
nervous
to like,
scream.
yell at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'd start doing. I'd be in bed and be like, like,
yeah.
Dude, what if she was like, the woman's at the bottom of the stairs, now the top, now the hallway, now the door, like.
They're here. I'm going to reread this line, then let's keep going.
And a woman at the bottom of the stairs.
Of course, this made every single hair on my entire body bristle. I got up and went downstairs, turning on every single light as I went and carrying my buck knife with me. Nobody was in our house. Looked in every single room downstairs and even in the backyard.
You lying bitch!
What if you yelled that from downstairs? Just kidding.
He kills her. He stabs her to death. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Fuck it. You're dead.
That was it. When I got back to the stairwell, I heard someone stomping around upstairs.
Oh, God.
Someone had turned the light to the upstairs hallway off.
Oh.
I stood at the bottom of the stairs looking up, trying to listen, but the noises stopped. So I walked back up into our bedroom and got back into bed. It was likely that Faye had gotten up to go to the bathroom, sleepwalked a bit in the room, and went back to bed. Fell asleep pretty fast, but woke up again only a few minutes later. Faye was gone. I heard movement down the hall, so I looked out into it, and I saw Faye coming out of the other bedroom. She staggered down the hall towards me, then stopped, turned around, and walked back in the other direction. She did this 7 or 8 times.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The hair on my arms actually started to raise a bit right there. That fucked me up a little bit.
The walking,
yeah, or just this repetitious thing. Like I'm just picturing it, and like in the darkness, imagine watching your wife like staggering, stop, and then turn it like back and forth,
like she's almost pacing. Yeah,
yeah, but it's fucking insane. Like it's so unnatural. Ugh.
She was walking in almost the same way as the night before, standing really high up on her toes.
Like hooves.
Her legs. I didn't even make that connection. Yep. Yourself. Why did you say that? I hate you so. Oh my gosh, go die.
Yep.
Her legs totally rigid, like they were made of cement, and her arms completely limp and flopping back and forward. Oh gosh, it was extremely terrifying seeing her move like that. She was totally graceless. It was like someone was testing out a human body for the first time. What does that look like? On tiptoes.
So I was actually doing it. It looks like the fucking Harlem Shake. That's what it looks like. Her walking around. That's exactly what it looks like.
Arms limp.
Yeah, just being thrown back and forth. Right.
You were kind of right what you said about the animal earlier. It's like a goat trying to walk.
It definitely is. Yeah, 100%. Rigid, whatever. Not using, especially if it's an animal that's like, I walk on all fours. They probably wouldn't know what to. They'd either be really stiff with their arms, or they wouldn't know what to do, and they would just like let it flop around.
It doesn't understand you need your arms to kind of balance.
Yeah, balance
naturally. Mm-hmm. Yeah. At the same moment, I heard a noise through the bedroom window. Ran over to check. This guy should probably kill himself. I'm just being honest.
This guy is a brave son of a bitch, dude.
I think he's just stupid at this point. Like, I'll take my knife. I'll go fight it. Yeah, you know, honestly, if my wife was in this situation, I would hope I would be this, like, you know, by her side and not right off the house as a loss. Thinking someone was really at the front door. You can see down to the front entryway from our bedroom window. Oh no. Off in the distance, about 30 yards out, somebody was walking back and forth in the exact same way that Faye was.
Wow. Okay, so like I'm assuming like puppeting her, like, right?
I'm like about to cry. Oh my gosh, that is so awful. Imagine that, looking out the window to the woods and seeing someone doing the same movements.
Don't like that.
He was humming loudly and intermittently singing. The song sounded like the one I sang to Faye earlier, the one the child sang outside the cabin. I made this YouTube video explaining what happened.
I clicked it, but it's not there anymore. There's a hyperlink in the story for people who don't know, but the video's gone. Basically,
I ran back into the hall, woke Faye up, and brought her downstairs. I opened the front door to get a better look at the man, but he was gone. Today, at the behest of a few Redditors, I asked Faye if she'd ever been in that cabin before we visited. I don't know why I never thought to ask her this before. She said nothing about when we stayed there for several nights. She was hesitant to answer me and eventually admitted that she had been there once. She was 14. She and her parents went snowshoeing up the mountain. A few hours later, I emailed her mother and asked the same question. She told me Faye had gone to the cabin multiple times as a child, but stopped going when she went into high school. I can't figure out which one of them is lying to me. Because so many people have questions about Faye, she has agreed to do a filmed interview. If you post questions for her, we'll film her responses and post them here within a few days. I haven't told Faye this, but I think I'm going to go back to the cabin. I'm going back to the cabin and meeting with the ranger. Okay. He wants to do some ritual with the dream catcher we found, if it's still there, and he says he will bring his friends and try to cleanse the house and the surrounding area. This will cost me like $500 just to fly out there, but if this shit gets any worse, it might be worth it. It might be worth $500. Hunter, it might be worth $500 so I don't die of whatever this demonic possession is.
Yeah, exactly.
Edit. A Redditor sent me a private message telling me to investigate the guest room to see if Faye was doing anything in there. Turns out she was. She had written the number 5 on the window with her finger. I only saw it from the condensation from the cold this afternoon. It's written backwards so that someone standing in our backyard can read it. Well, I absolutely don't like that. I don't like any of this. I love that ending part, especially because it's in chapter 5 of the story. That's just so fun. That too. And remember the thing in the hallway back in part 3 or whatever that was flicking the lights on and off was doing it in intervals of 5.
Part 6, baby. I'm so hooked in, dude.
I honestly cannot think of a time I was this freaked out about one of our stories.
The only time I can think is I remember when in Pen Pal, the river, like the boat section was pretty crazy, but this is very unnerving. Very good.
The ending of Pen Pal, I think, got me that bad when the coffin.
I think emotionally, yes, but I just that part where it was dark and there was somebody walking on the outskirts of the river, like watching them float down the river, whatever. That was crazy. And there's like the old woman, but this one, I gotta say, so far, this is by far the scariest story we've read. It's got to be. I saw like the author and stuff like that saying he didn't like this way the story turned out, and that the book's way better. Here's the thing. Like I'm curious. We're on part 6, right? I'm curious to see how does the ending turn out. I mean, all this shit always boils down to how's the ending.
How's the ending? Yeah. Well, I mean, even if the ending sucks or whatever, like what we've gotten so far
so good
is so viscerally terrifying. I don't think an ending could take away from it, like even if something turned out to be dumb, the idea of like you said, the movements and the beckoning.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, just the perfectly so far. I mean, we'll get more into it at the ending. I don't want to bog it down. Yeah. I'm so fucking stoked on part 6 of 10. We're already over halfway.
Okay, my wife's going to be home in exactly 1 hour. I'm telling myself that now so that I don't have a heart attack. I cannot tell you how much all of your support has meant to us over the past few days. Faye feels so good knowing that people are constantly asking about her health, and I feel like a few of your suggestions have literally saved her life. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I don't even know where to begin. So much has happened in the last 2.5 days. The sedatives and anti-anxiety meds the doctor gave to Faye worked during the day, and she's been less stressed. However, at night, her behavior is still highly unusual. I've taken the overwhelming consensus of Redditors seriously. I went out and purchased a bunch of childproofing materials for the house to prevent Faye from harming herself or going outside while sleepwalking. I could not afford a bunch of cameras. Sorry, I'm a teacher. I bought these knob covers that little kids and hopefully sleepwalkers are too stupid to figure out. Outlet covers in case she tries to jam anything into them. And I hid the kitchen knives. I also brought in a spiritual healer after very carefully searching for one. It's in my opinion that 99% of them are frauds and hucksters. This woman did not charge us anything, and she was recommended by close family. She's the daughter of a Shoshone tribal leader. I think my dog just barked. The long and short of it is, she believes our house is not haunted. However, she says that Faye feels very off. She said she couldn't get a good read on her at all, and that there is, quote, a dark cloud over her. Still suspicious of this woman, I took her to a random upstairs window and told her that I had seen something outside near the edge of the woods, mimicking Faye sleepwalking. which is true, but I pointed out the wrong window to the wrong part of the forest. She quietly examined the other windows upstairs and said that our bedroom window, the correct one, gave her a terrible feeling. She said, he watches from here. She can hear him whispering at night. We told her everything. She was horrified by our story. The look on her face unsettled me so much, it was like she'd never heard of anything this bad. She went out of the room and had to collect herself downstairs. The woman prayed for several minutes, sang a beautiful song in a language I can't even begin to describe, and saged our entire house. She put some kind of crushed herbs on the ground in front of the 2 doors that led into our home. Then she told me in private.
You are dealing with the Hollow Ones.
She said its name, her ancestral language, but I can't even come close to remembering or spelling it. She said that one is infatuated with Fae and will do absolutely anything to get inside our house. The process takes time. I don't know if I should buy any of this, but at least she didn't sell it to me.
I would immediately believe it.
I would immediately be like, yep, hollowed one. Sure, sounds great. I've heard that word before. That sounds like, yep, I agree, lady. Whatever you said, I'm buying. You know what this kind of reminds me of? It's funny, you mentioned the whaling earlier. But remember how in the whaling, the whole thing was, it was that it was the guy for the longest time in the story they thought was just like a Japanese guy that was away from everyone.
Or the Chinese dude. Was he Chinese?
I thought, isn't the movie set in Korea?
Yeah.
I thought they thought he was just a Japanese guy.
Oh, you're probably right.
And then because they're like, oh, he has a bunch of like cultural religious beliefs and stuff, and that's what they blame it on. And then at the end, it turns out he's a demon.
Yeah, he's the devil, pretty much. Or he says he's the devil, but a lot of demons say that.
Yeah,
this is also giving me a lot of hints of the first Paranormal Activity movie of like woman has weird thing happen to her when she's a child. Even the demonologist comes over and they're like, hey, seriously, don't fuck with it. Comes back. He's like, hey, I can't even be in here. This thing is pissed. It really wants to, you know what I mean? Yeah. It is giving some of the stages of that too. It's really fun. The introduction of people outside of the house is just really, really fun.
That reminds me of Hereditary.
Yeah, almost like cult member kind of thing.
Yeah. Only I think it's one person, and their amount of power is so. Man, this is good. Gosh.
One undescribed person. Like they're always too far away to really know what they look like.
Yeah. We also had Faye take a pregnancy test, as recommended by many Redditors. The woman said it was a good idea. Good news, not pregnant. And the woman stood in the bathroom with her like a prison guard so she couldn't mess with the test. We then thanked the woman and she left. That night, we attached a little jingle bell from Faye's Christmas themed lingerie. I'm sorry, I'd pass, I think.
The what?
The little jingle bell lingerie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. That sounds horrible. I'm not interested. We attached the jingle bell to a hair scrunchie and put it around her ankle. I'm such a light sleeper. There's no way she'll be able to get out of bed without waking me.
Don't like that. Definitely gonna get a lot of fucking weird jingles here.
It's like you don't hear anything and then it gets really quick or something.
Well, yeah, or just exactly. You're sitting there and it's just, you know, ding, 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 and you like are following it around like.
I'm always terrified of the idea of something running at you, especially from another room.
Oh,
right?
dude. Well, yeah. Especially in the dark.
Yeah. So
the sound of
just
like loud
laying in
footsteps
the bed
crazy.
And you just hear like the tiptoeing getting really quick.
Yeah.
Tiptoeing quickly freaks me out. Even just like everything the story has going on is like instrumented to make me afraid. I hate it. Faye fell asleep really fast due to the meds. Out like a light in a few minutes. I lay in bed thinking about the 5 she wrote on the window in her sleep a few nights earlier, and reasoned that it meant 5 a.m. and not 5 days, as some Redditors had speculated. This makes sense because she's been getting up at that time to sleepwalk every night for 4 nights now. I just got scared to death by my reflection in the OBS studio. I hate it here. So 5 nights now. Since the 5 was written backwards facing the backyard, I reasoned that it was a signal to whoever or whatever was out there. She's going to try to let it inside. I eventually fell asleep and I had a horrifying dream. Something came into the house through the sliding glass door to the yard, walked up the stairs into our bedroom. It sat at the edge of our bed, rubbing Faye's foot and staring at us. It was completely wreathed in shadow. I couldn't see it at all except for a silhouette, just like the video I posted about what I saw a few nights earlier. Woke up soaked in sweat and couldn't fall back asleep for a while. I want to see that video.
Yeah, I know. I clicked again to hoping it led to something else, but now
hold on. Let me see if there's a what's the name? Stolen Tongues, right?
Stolen Tongues or My Romantic Getaway.
Yeah, whatever. Man, I hate that that's gone. Oh well, maybe there was never something there, but I imagine there was.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I'm like, oh, I wonder if you posted that to where people were like, oh, it's gone.
Yeah. I'm gonna hope. I hope so that I'm not missing out. 5 a.m. rolled around, and the reliable little jingle bell woke me right up. In her sleep, Faye did something she's never done before. She stood up on the bed, rigid as a board, and stared out the window. I shouldn't really say stared because her eyes were closed, but she was alert, watching, listening. She remained there like a statue for at least 5 minutes, also didn't move, just watched. Then she slowly raised her hand and started waving at somebody outside.
Oh, God. Whoa.
My skin crawled when she did that. She definitely knew someone was there, even with her eyes shut. Faye then stepped off the bed and darted to the bedroom door, trying to get out into the hallway, but the childproof knob cover stopped her. She couldn't figure it out in her sleep. She did another thing she's never done while sleepwalking. She got, dude, I'm gonna freak out. I don't like this. She did another thing she's never done while sleepwalking. She got extremely angry, started pulling on the cover. She shrieked and growled like a trapped animal. After about 30 seconds of this, she woke herself up. She started crying really hard and told me that in her nightmares, she had seen a man without a face walking through the halls of our home, whispering her name and looking for her. I sat up and talked with her for an hour, and then we went back to sleep. Dude. Hunter. Buddy. Dude. This is I think this is the scariest thing we've read on the show. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Dude, I've been in chills this whole time, and just like I think I've talked about it on the podcast before, something about anger. You know, like we always use something trying to scare you or something, you know, someone being afraid or whatever, but anger is such a scary emotion to face from like an indiscernible monster like this, right?
Yeah,
like something you don't understand.
Irrational hate, basically.
Yeah, and something, not only that, but something that's so strong that it could theoretically do whatever it wants, or it's so powerful, right? Like anger from that would be terrifying. And the idea it like can't get out, so it's ripping stuff up. And she saw a man without a face looking for her. Like she couldn't come out to the hallway to be possessed by him. So it's like,
yeah, it seemed like it was right on the hallway, but the childproof doorknobs saved it. Crazy.
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. When I woke up again, it was around 10 a.m. And Faye was gone. The bedroom window was open. As I walked downstairs, I saw her in the backyard reading. Every single window in the entire house was open. Dude, and it was like 55 degrees outside. She told me the smell of the sage made her nauseous. That's the demon. That's the demon. Damn it. Yep. That's the demon. Made her nauseous, and she wanted to get it out of the house. I couldn't smell anything. I suggest that we go to the church downtown today to speak with a priest. She's Catholic, but she refused. So I had my buddy Kay, who is a very, very devout Catholic, come over with some holy water and his crucifix. Apparently, Kay told his priest what was going on, and the guy very reluctantly blessed the water and told us to call him. Faye was irritated that I'd done this without her permission and waited outside while Kay set up. Dude, if my wife was doing this, and then she was like, I'm just mad that you got holy water, bro. I am tying her in duct tape and dropping her off at a nunnery. Okay.
You know what's fun about all this, dude? I'm already across the country. I've already talked to the accountant. the house, It's like I said, well, I've gotten that written off.
I'm
like,
already. What wife?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm gone. All right, I've been gone. See, people are gonna judge me earlier on this story for being a bad person. Then they're gonna read this shit and be like, oh boy, there's no way in hell. I'm like, I'm not even gonna get to that spot.
Hunter's like, what do you mean? Oh, she didn't like the priest? That's weird. I was gone 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, my ass is in Maui right now. My fat ass. I'm drinking a pina colada. Couldn't be more stressed. I have had the best sleep of my life.
I'm leaving her. She's still on the mountain up there. She's dead, but whatever. We live and let live.
I mean, like, yeah, just especially because he established pretty on that she was a pretty stern Catholic. So being upset by crucifixes being in the house is just such a red flag, dude. Yeah,
she's full of the devil. She waited outside while case up a few little crosses and his big crucifix around the house. Faye refused to have any holy water put on her. She kept saying, I'm freezing, don't you dare. She's going to be super pissed when she finds out I put that shit in her shampoo and conditioner bottles. That's the first smart thing he's done. I mean, he's doing some smart things.
He's done horror movie logic good this entire time, to be fair.
Yeah. Aside from removing himself from the situation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, he's dumb because he's not in Maui with a pina colada, but still.
Right. For horror movies, he's playing it well of like getting the priest involved and stuff.
He hasn't done a lot of stupid things. Like you said earlier, it's like, I'm not going to follow that thing out in the woods. Or like he's very, very level-headed.
She was in a really nasty mood all morning, but after we went out for lunch, she was feeling better and agreed to film the interview video and answer questions from Redditors. While filming, I noticed that she wasn't wearing her engagement ring and realized she hadn't been wearing it in several days. Asked her where it was, and she said it was in our luggage, which we've now only partially unpacked. Later, when I checked, it wasn't there. I'm worried about this for a few reasons. I'll post the video as soon as she watches and approves it. She's self-conscious. Shut up. Post it. Expect it within a few days. I've finally begun moving some more of the photos from the cabin onto my laptop too. I cannot bring myself to listen to these voice recordings yet. Since this is getting overlong, flash forward to last night. I got up about 1 a.m. to pee and I knocked the bell scrunchie off the bed. Faye had taken it off and was gone. I got angry and scared at the same time. I thought, bro, yeah, your wife's just in the hallway doing the tiptoe, like rigor mortis dance. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so normal. I found her sitting on the stairs, looking down into the dark, spreading her arms open like she was... Spreading her arms open like she was trying to get a child to climb the staircase for the first time. She was smiling with her eyes closed. As I usually do, I gently got her up and walked her back to bed. When I laid down next to her, she leaned over and with her eyes still closed, said,
"They're gonna kill you."
And then licked my face.
Maui pina coladas.
Wasting away.
Yeah, you know what my ass would be doing? People are sitting there, they're like, what are we gonna do about my wife? I love her, right? My ass is on a plane. I'm like, take me down to Kokomo, but not too fast. We'll take it slow. Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want. Come on, pretty mama.
Dude, like the priest is in your house. There's blood everywhere. The police are holding them off. They're like, "What happened to the husband?" And you're just on a plane.
Yeah, like, Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take it to.
Some people
zip it away at Margaritaville. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane
before I go insane. It's only 12:30. Just the idea of ditching, like biblical levels of running away, like Jonah levels of like trying.
Yeah, I'm seriously going to. Anytime I watch any of these like movies now, horror movies, I'm just going to think about a person listening to fucking the Beach Boys, whatever.
Wouldn't it be nice if we were older?
Wouldn't it be nice if we were older?
Oh gosh. They're gonna kill you because it's not your wife anymore. It's something possessing her, right?
Yeah. Oh,
so
100%.
the thing inside of her says they're going to kill you and then licks your face, bro.
Telling you, dude, Kokomo. That's the only thing I can say. Kokomo.
Oh, I called her parents today to arrange a flight back to Colorado. They're paying for it. Her mom, Laura, admitted to me that something had happened to Faye as a child at the cabin. What up?
What a fucking bitch. Honestly,
I would be like, you know what? You're going in the same house with her. I called you over this in confidence, and you lied to me.
Dude,
you knew something was happening, and you lied to me. You kept this from me. This is my life and your daughter's life.
Sorry, I have to admit something, but something did happen to Faye as a child.
Why didn't you tell us?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I literally called
Jamaica.
you at
Ooh, I want to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Yeah, she's like, well, I've left him several voicemails, but he won't call me back. Take me down to Kokomo, but not too fast because my wife's possessed.
It's like an edit of a horror movie where it's like all the scenes with the mom like, I've never told you, and then just like TV static shakes to like, wasted away. Oh, but yeah, what a loser.
Oh, wait, read the next line.
That is where her sleep disturbances started when she was 5.
Interesting again.
Well, I figured that when he was like, once we figured out that she had been at the cabin prior, in my head, I'm like, okay, that's probably why she has sleep problems.
Oh, sure. But I'm saying cabin, even the thing of like when she was 5 is pretty interesting.
Oh, I didn't even put that together. 5. Yeah. The magical number for all this. I've had enough and they can tell. I mean, yeah, duh. Man, imagine calling being like, something's happening. I don't know what up. But she's like, she was there in high school. Like, shut up. What? Are you with the demon? Is that why you're hiding it?
It would be a fucking rock'em sock'em boppers whenever I saw that mom again, dude.
I'm beating her mom. Absolutely.
I'd fucking
no question.
beat the shit out of that crazy old bird. Are you kidding me? Holy hell.
They spoke with the ranger at Pikes Peak again, and he's arranging for me to meet with him and his buddies from their tribe who knows the entire history of the area and all the hauntings that other visitors have reported. Faye will be staying with my 2 best friends, R and J, and Jay's fiance, A.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that.
About putting them on 3 people, that seems like a bad idea.
Well, I have an immediate feeling like it's going to be, I'm there, I get a call, hey, she's gone. Because that's the thing too with these things, like not to derail the story too much, but people I don't think fully appreciate the severity of things. You know what I mean? So they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we'll watch her, but they're not really going to watch her like especially our protagonist has this whole time. You know, I don't know, and especially we've seen her get angry, and now she's saying like, oh, they're gonna kill you. If somebody threatened me like that, I would not put that person on other strangers where they could potentially be hurt too.
Yeah, it would not be the same thing, especially when people don't know what's going on. I'm going to open my office door because it's where the clouds are moving by the sun, but there was a shadow cast back and forth under the door, and I'm about to fly out of my chair. So I'm going to open the door.
I would not open that door, Isaiah.
Hunter, it's a door. It's not going to help me.
Isaiah, I would. Yeah, it is a door, but it's at least a moment of it's one last layer of defense. I mean, imagine the footsteps in the hallway that are going to be coming towards you. Now you don't even have a door that has to open so you can be alerted.
Can we not talk about footsteps in the hallway? And instead, look, I know it's the shadow from the sun. If I can just open the door, I'll be fine. I'll feel better about it. Okay.
I'm just saying, like fast footsteps, just like running down a hallway or something.
Right, fine. I'm leaving it. Whatever. Okay. My wife is going to be here in 40 minutes, and she's going to open the door, and I'm going to die. Okay.
That's true.
Heart attack.
That is true.
It's going to send me to heaven. Okay. Okay. RJ, I've known all three of them since high school, and they're completely informed about the events. They will guard her with their lives. Don't believe that. In short, I'm going back to the cabin alone. But, well, with the Rangers, right?
Yeah, I think he just means not with Faye.
Yeah. Without her, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll update soon, but no matter what happens, I am not going to drag this out any further on No Sleep. I've polluted this place enough with my problems. Well, we know that's a lie because there's 4 more parts of the story. Edit. Folks, I won't be at the cabin alone. I'm meeting the ranger and his friends there. His 2 friends are from his tribe or nation. Sorry, I don't know the correct terminology. And they are healers. They know all about Pikes Peak and the ongoing situation. I'm not going out easy. Update. Drop Faye off at my friend's place. They'll take care of her. Head into the airport now. No idea when I'll get back. We'll try tonight if I'm not too tired after landing. Update. Oh no. Update from May the 26th or April 26th at midnight, Colorado. I'm at Faye's parents, exhausted. Talked to her parents extensively. Got word from my friends. Faye started feeling really ill, wanted to go home. They've moved the whole posse over to our house, which has been saged, blessed, protected, covered in holy water and crucifixes. And she is allegedly doing much better now. Richard and Jason's fiance Allison, are all sleeping over for a few nights to ensure Faye is all right. Heading to the cabin tomorrow morning to meet the ranger. No, absolutely not. She's like, I want to be back at my house. And then she's like, I'm actually much better now that I'm where the evil demon thing knows I live. Yeah, whatever. I wonder if we went back and looked at some of those conversations, if they make sense now, but we don't need to worry about that right now. Another update from 9:45 a.m. Leaving in 1 hour to go to the cabin. Sorry for the typo. I said it was the 27th by accident. Another update from 5:15 p.m. Spotty bullshit Wi-Fi. Snowing like crazy up here. Met with the ranger, investigated the cabin. Nothing unusual inside except a lampshade removed from a lamp, which he claims was not like that when we came in here a few days ago. His friends will be here tomorrow morning. I'm alone for tonight. Why would you be alone for tonight? Why would you be alone for tonight? Are you stupid? Are you a stupid idiot? Are you a stupid dumb idiot man? Why on God's earth? You were with someone and you're like, I'll stay alone in the cabin that started all of this. I hope you die. I hope you get killed by. Why on God's earth would you be alone? Okay. I went outside for just a minute when it was still light to grab some things from the truck and heard 2 voices. Making short videos with my phone. We'll try to upload. And then an update from the next day at 9:12 p.m. So much has gone down. I am so terrified and sleep deprived. I'm writing a huge post right now with everything that's happened. I will post it tomorrow morning because I know I can't finish it tonight. I'm going to fall asleep in my chair. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh man. End of part 6, going into part 7 now. 7 out of 10. We are getting here.
I hate him.
I still don't think it's totally unreasonable. I mean, I think that especially he did clarify as well that nothing was different besides the lampshade being off. That being said, I'm not saying that I advocate for it, but I think that it's just, I don't know. I mean, he could have been like, hey, can I stay at the park, like the ranger's house? But who knows?
Can I stay in the floor of a 24-hour Walmart, literally anywhere else other than the cabin that caused all of this?
That's true.
You know, can I sleep in my car in your driveway? Yeah. Can I just, is there a 24-hour Taco Bell? I'll go to sleep in a booth. Sure. Great.
I would gladly go to sleep in a 24-hour Taco Bell.
Anything other than that. Oh my gosh. All right. Your wife has the devil in her. Act like it. All right. We're part 7 now, right?
Yeah.
All right. It has been an interesting few days. I have so much to say, so I'm going to try to be terse. Sorry that it's taken so long to report. I really am trying. All of your questions and analysis of these events have really helped us through this struggle, and some of your observations are what brought me back here to Colorado. I landed in Denver International Airport 2 nights ago and stayed with Faye's parents in Arvada. While there, we all sat down, and I basically forced them to tell me what was going on. Redditor pointed out that Laura, Faye's mom, appeared to be lying or hiding something. Another Redditor asked me if Faye had ever been to the cabin before, since her family owned it for almost 3 decades. I never even thought of this. When I asked Faye, she said no, and that her parents just used it as a getaway a few times a year. Faye's mom told me she'd been there multiple times when she was little. This time, Faye's parents told me a different story. They claimed this was the truth. Faye had been to a cabin as a toddler a few times, and when she was 5, something happened to her. While Greg, Faye's dad, and Faye were outside playing in the snow, Faye wandered off towards the edge of the forest to look in. She was following a voice. Greg was building a snowman and keeping his eye on her. They're only a few dozen yards apart. Allegedly, Greg heard Faye talking, answering questions, but he couldn't hear anyone else talking. He started walking towards her to bring her back, and he heard her say,
Faye. No, it's Faye. I can't see you.
A moment later, little Faye began shrieking and crying. She went stiff as a board. Greg had to pick her up and haul her back inside. She was almost catatonic, would go through bouts of total silence or inconsolable hysterics for several hours until Greg and Laura decided to go back down the mountain and take her to a hospital. Greg claims he never saw anyone in the woods and never heard any voices speaking to Faye. The doctors thought she had an epileptic seizure, and to this day, Faye does not remember ever going to the cabin. When I took her, she acted like she'd never seen it before. Okay. Laura is part skinwalker.
So you think that she's just been possessed this whole time?
Well, no, I'm being a little obtuse because Laura's, Faye's mom. I'm saying that Laura is the dumbest person like you saw such a strange experience like that led to your daughter's sleep condition she's had her entire life. You somehow think it's fine for her to go back years later. When they ask if anything's wrong with the house, you say no. When they get back, they say, yeah, we had extreme sleepwalking. There were things in the woods. The same thing that happened to your daughter years prior. And you're like, yeah, the previous owner said something about that. Oh, I don't know. That's weird. Then they go home. Your son-in-law calls you hysterical because your daughter, his wife, is going through something. And you're like, yeah, she visited a few times as a kid or in high school and stuff. Yeah, she's a horrible person. Absolutely irredeemable
unless she's
person.
Still holding on to shit that maybe hasn't been unveiled yet. But now, she's
she's risking the safety.
I mean, don't get me wrong, she's gonna be terrible no matter what. But I'm just wondering if she has an ulterior motives or something.
Do you think that what was happening there when she started crying as a kid is she says, oh, I can't see you. And then maybe it steps behind a tree or something. It reveals itself to her. And that's why she starts screaming.
I think so. I'm sorry. I'm thinking. I'm like, I mean, possibly. I don't see why else she would scream. You know what I mean? Unless she just saw something horrible. It's like, I can't see you. It's like childlike wonder. And then when the child actually sees it, then it's like fucked up.
Yeah, that's why I think she starts screaming.
I mean, you're probably right. Do you think the child at all could have been echoes or reverb? Like the child she heard before was Faye as a kid?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? From the beginning?
That's an interesting idea. Yeah. It stole Faye's voice all the way back then.
Mm-hmm.
I'd believe it. Yeah. I believe that if Faye did remember being traumatized as a child, she never want to go back. So I really think she's blocked out the whole experience. And when we visited a week ago, she thought it was her first time going. In Laura and Greg's subsequent visits to the cabin without Faye, Greg experienced terrible nightmares in which dead people entered the bedroom and sat on the ground in bed watching him sleep. Yo, we'll let our kids go there. I hate them. In the morning, Greg let me borrow his truck but refused to go to the cabin with me. I hate both of them. He told me when I left, we let you kids go up there because we honestly wanted to believe there's nothing actually wrong with the place. And we decided to test you all out.
What a fucking weird, what weird guinea pig kind of experiment is that, Greg? You fucking moron.
We wanted to believe, so we sent you all there. Now our daughter's possessed. You can take my truck, but I'm not going.
Unfortunately, we were proven wrong, I guess. But you kids have fun. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, what a loser. And then he's like, oh, my daughter's being possessed? Well, I'm not going to, go try to fix it. You have fun with that. They used us to validate their denial, but I don't hold them responsible. You should shut up. Oh my gosh, you absolutely should. I never have believed any of it if I were them.
Why?
Dreams and a frightened child do not a haunting make. What? Oh, this one location that you knew from the previous buyers was like nightmares all the time. Your daughter talked to someone in the woods and freaked out. You can't go back because of it, but just sure, we'll send it back out there and then lie to them repeatedly. I hate these parents. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
I arrived, but you know what? They're not as evil. They're not as evil, but they are as frustrating to me as some of our Hall of Famers. Yeah, some of our all-time like Blue Jay. That's why I feel towards them right now. They feel like Blue Jay. I arrived in Pikes Peak around 1 p.m. yesterday, and the ranger met me at the cabin. We investigated the place and didn't find anything unusual, except that a single lampshade had been removed from one of the lamps and placed on the couch. We checked out the nearby woods. I was kind of surprised to discover that the creepy, enormous dream catcher was still there. The ranger told me to not recognize it, and it was not something that his people made. Oh no. He told me not to mess with it until his friend showed up. He told me he'd return with them in the morning and left. Why leave there? Why be left there?
I don't know.
That night, some shit happened. Greg told me that he'd hidden a .357 Magnum in the closet, so I retrieved it, and a really dope-ass purple bathrobe. This has been me many a time, like bathrobe and a gun walking through a house at night, very scared.
Yeah.
And felt a little better. Don't worry, I know how to shoot and how to keep it safe. Right around sunset, I walked out to Greg's truck to grab a few things I neglected to bring in earlier, and I heard two distinct voices chattering in the woods. It was snowing like crazy, and why would you risk being snowed in? Okay, I take back. He was horror movie smart up until this move, up until staying at the house by himself. It was snowing like crazy, and the wind was howling. But above the storm, I heard a gruff, masculine voice and a younger, adolescent male voice. They were both yammering incomprehensible gibberish from two different places. I hurried back inside and locked the door. Drive away. The stuff they were saying was pure madness. It made no sense.
Put them up! Up there in the trees! Take and take! Walk on down there! Go ahead!
I just sat there imagining psychotic cannibals jabbering with their tongues hanging out and eyes rolled back in their skulls. I figured they'd come out of the woods as soon as it was dark.
Sorry to interrupt. Does some of the stuff that they're saying too, I'm also trying to keep remembering that it's people from the mines. So maybe it's also some of the voices from some of the mine workers from maybe back in the day.
Yeah, I think again, this is the last words of people that were killed by him.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. That just scared me to death. Because I'm reading and you're like, wait.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, sorry.
What's that? Yeah. Behind you. Yeah. I tried to reach out to Faye back home, but my phone wouldn't get any reception in the cabin. The storm was too strong. Why would you go back up in a storm? I tried to play video games on the SNES, but I was so distracted by all the sounds outside. Every single noise the blizzard produced caught my ear, and so my imagination manifested all kinds of horrifying creatures slinking around out there in the dark. When I finally went to bed, the wind died down a bit. Why would you go to sleep? When I finally went to bed, the wind died down a bit, and I heard a few more voices. There was a distant, high-pitched wail that echoed across the entire mountain. There was a child crying, saying something like,
"Put me down in the hole. It's so deep you can crawl forever."
Huh. I bet that's talking about the mines. But his voice sort of glitched. It would suddenly become deeper, as though a grown man were doing an impression of a little kid. Ooh, I like that. I also heard someone hacking and vomiting and crying, begging for help. I didn't fall for any of it. That's an interesting one. What?
I said good man. He just said I didn't fall for any of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's also at the cabin, so he fell for something, all right.
Well, I think he has to find some kind of source for something. So I don't entirely blame him for being there. I mean, he's putting himself. I
1,000,000% blame him for sleeping by himself alone in the cabin.
I guess that's true. I guess it's yeah. I don't know.
I like the idea if it's like a guy trying to sound like a child. It reminds me of, do you remember when we read I'm a Search and Rescue Officer? Yeah. There was, that one that's like, at first she thought it was a cat, but then it sounded like a man sounding like a cat. Yeah. So, kind of like that.
Impersonating a cat. Yeah, which is just so much creepier.
Yeah,
it's so fucking weird, man.
I'm 28 years old, and this is the most afraid I've ever been in my entire life. Even with Faye, I feel like there's a lot of instances of that here, but even with Faye walking around like a fleshy marionette and calling out to a presence in the dark of my own home. Boy, this is the most scared I've ever been, even with my wife being the demonic flesh puppet around the house at night. around the time I was getting into bed, approximately 12:45 a.m., there was a gentle tapping sound on the window in the living room. It was soft, like a neighbor who was reluctant to bother me. I stood there in the bedroom with the door open, holding my breath, trying to figure out if I'd imagined it. And I heard it again. So I crept down the short hall and peeked around the corner, just in time to see a figure walking past the windows and towards the front door. With the curtains drawn, I couldn't make out anything but a big shadow. Then, it knocked on the door. It was a gentle knock. A man's voice called out softly,
Hello?
I just listened intently and tried to keep silent. Eventually, he knocked again and said,
Hello? I need to speak with you.
He was speaking through clenched teeth. He was either extremely cold or extremely angry. Gosh, that gives me chills.
That is good. That's a great line.
The extremely angry.
I need to speak with you.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that runs through me. I very carefully stepped back into the bedroom to grab the gun. But the damn place is so old the doors creak. I barely tapped the bedroom door as I passed, and it squealed like a dying pig. Then the man outside said, just above a whisper,
I know you're there.
For just a moment, in my lethargy, I considered the possibility that this was one of the ranger's friends, or maybe somebody else who lived on the mountain. I was never going to open the door, but stupidly, I figured talking to it couldn't hurt. I say it because I immediately stopped believing there was a human being on the other side of the door the moment I opened my mouth. I said,
Who the fuck is it?
As assertively as I could. The second I stopped talking, whoever it was out there repeated my question while mimicking my voice accurately. You stupid idiot. You gave it your voice. It almost sounded like an echo. And then he said,
May I come in? Please?
His voice was a little shaky, but it definitely sounded like me. Unnervingly similar to me. But he was still clenching his teeth, so I could hear the difference. Gosh, he's like, his eyes are huge, bulging, furious on the other side of the door. I pointed the gun at the door. It was dark in the house, so he couldn't see what I was doing through the curtain, and said,
If you don't get the fuck out of here right now, I'll blow you in half.
For those of you who don't know what is FUD lore. For those of you who don't know what a 357 can do to a person, a slug to the chest essentially makes you into a human milkshake. Cringe. Cringe boomer gun talk. This pistol has a lot of stopping power. It can penetrate through steel. 357 will rip you in half. It's what they use for bear. Okay, sorry. We both just stood there for a dreadfully long minute. Sorry, I thought I heard something. I'm actually losing my mind. It started testing out my voice, groaning, whispering, and muttering. It said a lot of things, but I only remember a few of them.
What's your name? What's your name? The little cabin for the weekend. For the weekend. They're lying. They're lying. The ones out there? La, 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 la. You aren't alone in there. And I'm not alone out here. What's your name?
Oh my gosh.
You go up in the trees or down in the hole. That's where you go. Or they'll find you. Either way.
Oh my gosh. Dude, you're not alone in there, and I'm not alone out here.
La, 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 la. Like he's just like all these like mouth sounds, mouth feel.
Like he's figuring out how it works, how his voice works. You aren't alone in there, and I'm not alone out here. You go up in the trees or down in the hole. That's where you go. Dude. This has successfully kept me on edge for this long. I'm actually like blown away by how well the horror is working right now. I'm thrilled. The sound of my own voice making these horrific noises and phrases set every inch of my skin on fire. I can hardly describe the physical sensation of fright this intense. It was almost like having a bad fever, hot and cold and wet and sticky all at the same time. I shouted for it to leave and said I was armed. I considered firing off a round, but that's a decision you can't take back. And my number one rule is to only fire when I'm certain I've got a target and a clear reason. I think you have both of those right now. I'm proud to say that I can use my voice a lot better than whatever it was that mimicked me. I'm a soft-spoken guy, but I came down like a hurricane, screaming,
I will fucking kill you!
He replied simply, in a softer tone of my own voice,
I will fucking kill you.
Then it went back to babbling gibberish, knocking politely on the door over and over and over. After another minute or two, it suddenly stopped. The last thing it said was,
I know where she is.
Then it kicked the door. And I mean harder than any human could possibly kick a door. And ran off. The boom was so loud I couldn't believe the door didn't implode in its frame. The person or thing bounded down the wooden patio and off into the snow. And I swear on my life and honor, it sounded like a horse or some other huge four-legged animal charging off into the woods. Child's laughter rang out, and then everything was silent. Okay, for one, bravo, dude. Are you there right now?
I'm hooked.
Do not do this to me. Do not go silent on me.
I'm just processing stuff, and I'm like just eager to read the story. I'm
I am so too. I will say the guy kind of pissed me off a bit where he's like, he's trying to make himself sound tough with like, I'm a soft-spoken guy, but I came down like a hurricane. It's like, you're talking to the devil, bro.
Yeah, I mean, there's like,
I promise you can't yell loud enough for him.
There's some kind of like cringy Marvel quippy stuff or whatever thrown in here, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, I look over it. Now, the idea of it running away from the door on all fours like a horse, that's terrifying. Mm-hmm. Like, as soon as it's like, I know where she is, it like immediately turns back into like its beast form to run off, you know?
Yeah. Or I even just picture the guy getting on his hands and like bucking it, like butt kicking it, the door, and then running off.
Here's what looked like in my mind. So he looks like a person, right? Maybe like not a perfect copy, but he looks humanoid, right? Mm-hmm. And the moment he says, I know where he is, rather than falling forward on his front, he whips over backwards on all fours, like a spider walk.
Yeah,
and then starts galloping that way. So as he's galloping, it kicks the door, you know?
It would make sense too if his limbs bent that way, like a horse or like a deer or something like that.
Yeah, like he doesn't need to keep the illusion up anymore. So he just like throws himself back. Yeah. Needless to say, I remained in a cat-like state of delirious paranoia for the rest of the night. The storm picked back up and I did not hear anything else. I spent the whole night debating whether the thing at the door was talking about Faye. I tried to convince myself that it was just yammering, more nonsense like all the voices I've heard up here, but the way it spoke, that sentence haunts me even now as I write this. It's my voice. My voice was purposeful and restrained. Its voice, my voice, was purposeful and restrained. It chose the words carefully and it knew exactly what to say. I bet I know what it's doing. It's going to go back and find her and then use his voice to lure her out. If I had to guess.
Yeah, it seems like that, or even the friends, like the friends being like, "Hey, I'm out here. Killed. Let me in.
Let me in. Let me in. Yeah." I've been thinking a lot about what Redditors have been saying about Faye being some kind of doppelganger. When I first saw the nude woman on my car, I thought it was a trick to lure me into the woods, where the voice is like, "Oh, did it say she was nude earlier?"
I don't remember that, but maybe she was. Oh, I think, yeah, because he's like, it was so cold out. And I think that he was like, oh, it looked like she was naked or whatever.
I thought the real Faye stopped me from leaving the cabin. But many of you have pointed out that the reverse could be entirely possible. Given how the Faye I took home to California is behaving, given how she's failed all my tests, and given how her engagement ring has been missing since we got home. So I sat there for hours, considered whether I should go out into the woods during broad daylight to search for my fiance. No. Of course it's a stupid idea, but now I understand why people in horror movies do idiotic things. If I'm not looking for her or for answers, why am I here? You wait on the group of people who know what's going on. I need to know what I saw that day in the driveway. I need to know if there are many voices or just one, and I need to know how to get all this back to normal.
So I think because we're coming up on the ending of this, I'm wondering if that's what's going to happen on the tomorrow part of this is when when the ranger and his friends come.
They better. I listen to music on my iPod and desperately try to distract myself by reading news articles online until daybreak. Most of them wouldn't load because the gods of internet have cursed this cabin. I'm going to kill this guy, I think. I think I'm at my limit with him. Around 4 a.m., I got up to get some food from the kitchen, and I opened the window curtain a tiny bit to see if anything was going on outside. A ton of snow had fallen. At the rim of the forest, dozens of yards out, I could see a distant figure standing perfectly still in the moonlight. He was facing away, staring off into the darkness of the woods. I checked on him every 20 minutes since then. He never moved. When the sun rose around 6:15 a.m., he was gone. I never saw his face. All right, so hold on. Remember how that whole scene where she was being puppeted by the guy outside?
Sure.
Remember back when they were at the cabin previously, he looked out and saw someone staring up at the moon, and then he looks over and his wife is sitting up in bed?
Mm-hmm.
And then she was being puppeted all the way back then. And then she saw the guy sprinting, or he saw what he thought was the mimic sprinting into the woods in the form of his wife or whatever.
Right.
Is something trying to assume position of him now? Trying to assume, like,
I mean, that's what I'm assuming. I feel like there's more than one. I feel like there's got to be more than one. Is what I'm under the impression. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
They've never once referred to it as it. Well, he referred to it as it, but every time we hear quotes of like people who are killed, it's like they're in the trees, they're in the hole, stuff like that. Yeah. Today, the ranger and his two buddies came to the cabin as promised. They were instantly likable and warm. One of them, T-Way, is a medicine man in his 60s. And was especially cool. The other was his son Nathan, who was probably just a few years older than me. They told me all kinds of interesting lore about Pikes Peak and surrounding areas, and then proceeded to tell me a disturbing story that they believe explains the strange activity on the mountain. For the sake of brevity, I will relay this in my next post. Oh, let's go. The ranger gave me one of his facility satellite phones to stay in contact with him in case of emergencies. I used it to call Faye, but she didn't answer. So I called Jason and Richard, who are presently caring for her. Apparently, Faye had become inexplicably outraged after taking a shower because of the holy water.
Yep.
Threw an enormous tantrum and locked herself in our bedroom. She refused to eat for the rest of the night. Allison and Jason slept in the guest room, and Richard slept on the couch downstairs and worked late on his commissions. He's a digital artist. He told me that around 1 a.m., same time I had my visitor, Faye ran downstairs into the kitchen, eyes closed, and started drinking out of the sink faucet. Then she turned around and stared, eyes still shut, Richard while he sat at the breakfast table. She said,
Felix.
To which he replied,
He's in Colorado, Faye. Remember?
And then she said,
We sent him there to die.
Then she sat down right there on the kitchen tiles and went back to sleep. What's the worst that could happen? I've instructed my friends only to wake Faye if she does anything serious, so they observed my rules and got her back in bed without much of an issue. For all the crazy shit Faye does when she's asleep, at least she never gets violent. The guys put her back into bed easily. The next day, Allison bailed on the whole project. Good girl. Good on her. Good man. She said she was awake all night listening to Faye whispering through the wall. Faye told Allison about how there was a man in the house and he was asking about her. My flight home is the day after tomorrow, so I'm going to have to figure all this shit out real quick. I'm going to take a nap. It's nice and bright outside. No voices. Good night. P.S. As soon as I get home, I will put up the Faye video. I know I keep saying this, but I really did not expect to suddenly return to Colorado. I swear I will put it up, and then that will be the end of it. I resent myself for turning this into such a long and ridiculous blog of my experience.
End of part 7. Let's just keep rolling right into 8, dude. I'm hyped. I'm so hyped.
All right, on to 8. T-Way is an incredible storyteller. He told me that Pikes Peak and the surrounding area was inhabited by the Ute, the Manitow, I'm going to mispronounce some of these, the Arapaho, the Pueblo, and the Anasazi, and other Native American groups at various times. In the 1860s, when the gold rush was in full swing, many Indians were violently displaced because of mining operations there. They were torn away from their sacred lands, which was catastrophic to their cultures. T-Way stressed that, historically, Americans have not understood the significance of land and names to Native Americans, and this is critical to understanding the supernatural presence on the mountain. The major world religions like Christianity and Hinduism and Islam are, quote, universal. They can be practiced anywhere. You can pick up your whole life and move to Kentucky or Scotland or Istanbul, and you'll still be whatever religion you are. Your God still hears your prayers. He still intervenes in your life. But Native Americans practice land-based religions. The land they inhabit is a part of their creation stories. It's not that the land belongs to them, it's that they belong to the land, and both are in a symbiotic relationship with one another. History is embedded in the landscape. A person is reminded of specific lessons and wisdom when they see a part of the land. The mouth of this river has a story attached to it. That fallen tree has a story attached to it. A battle was won here. A chief died there. Peace was made between tribes with a feast here. When a native group is forced out of its homeland, the people lose their history. What's worse, they leave behind the place where their dead are buried. Since the dead are bound to that place, the Indians who left no longer have spiritual connections to their ancestors and thus to their gods. Their medicines and magic no longer work. They forget the names of sacred places. As the names in history and wisdom are forgotten, the tribe's spiritual power evaporates. Dude, I gotta say, that one line was so menacing to me. Your God still hears your prayers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was like a ton of bricks. What a heavy phrase. Not to say that everything as described for Native religion is accurate. I have a good friend who's Navajo who, despite traveling, still like holds to the religion, but he stresses like the importance of the land, the importance of, returning back to the reservation, there's such a significance to it that you don't see in a lot of other religions. But man, that hit hard. Your God still hears your prayers. T-Way said that when Pikes Peak was taken, a group of disgruntled Utes descended, is it Utes or Ute? I'm not familiar with that tribe.
I'm not sure either. Honestly, I have no idea.
I think it's Ute, so I'm going to keep going, but apologies if I'm wrong. They descended on the miners and slaughtered a bunch of them. Because a complex network of alliances and peace treaties, these Utes were punished by another tribe. They dug holes in the ground and slit the Utes' throats. They then buried them upside down in the holes with their legs sticking out of the ground so that the wolves would feast on their calves. Ugh.
Wow.
That was supposed to be the end of it, but then something else happened. Legend says that these dead Utes arose from the tainted ground one night. Because their flesh had been filleted from the hips down, they looked like walking skeletons. Oh, they hobbled into the Arapahoe camps and took women and children back up the mountain. They forced them deep into one of the mines, never to leave again. Howls of women and children have been reported on the mountain for over 100 years now. Oh gosh, it's so good. The Utes and Arapaho engaged in blood feuds, sometimes called morning wars, for years over this. They exchanged curses, executed and skinned and tortured each other. They stained the once sacred earth on Pikes Peak with rivers of blood. I was pretty mortified by this story. I just kind of sat there with the ranger while T-Way and Nathan blessed the cabin. They burned sage and tobacco inside and outside and used crushed herb dust to cover their hands. They made a handprint on every window and drew small symbols in ash at the top of the front door inside and outside. They gave me bundled sage, cedar, hawthorn, told me to burn it if anyone tried to get inside. It drives bad spirits insane. Then, they provided me with small pouches filled with herbs and blessed objects to wear around my neck and in my pockets whenever I went outside. Nathan gave me a totem that he wears around his neck and told me to give it to Faye. Then they sang a really incredible chant in their language. It lasted about 15 minutes. I was blown away. I love these guys. Then we went outside. I showed them the dream catcher. And they told me they never seen anything like this. The dream catcher is made with 3 branches woven together with hair, and it has old yarn or wool string with glass beads crisscrossing the center in a pattern. It is old and handmade. T-Way told me not to touch it or move it. If you find an object of power and do not know who made it or what it protects, you should leave it alone. I asked him if it could be evil, and he said maybe. I got them up to speed on everything that has happened. I said that a lot of my friends, Redditors, but I didn't explain that, suspected that the Fae...
I wouldn't either.
Suspected that the Fae at my house in California was a duplicate, and that the real Fae was somewhere in the woods. T-Way and Nathan disagreed with each other on whether that could be, but we searched the woods looking for signs of my Fae. We found nothing. I told them about the missing ring, and they said exactly what many Redditors have said. If Fae loved the ring and it was powerfully symbolic to her, it could be used by a bad spirit to harm her. Told me to find it at all cost. They also told me that if Fae indeed were still here on the mountain, she was certainly dead. And the moment we've all been waiting for. T-Way named the creature that was tormenting us. He said his people call it Atong Anotakua. Atong Anotakua. Also known as the Imposter. So I understand that saying the names of Native American spirits is, like bad karma. You're basically inviting them in and whatnot. But my name's Wendigoon, so I've already, jumped the shark on that by a long means. So I'll be the one to say it. I'm already dead anyway. Bad spirits inhabit the land everywhere, and sometimes they get the opportunity to use a tragedy like the Pikes Peak Massacre to commandeer a human figure and walk the earth, partly mortal. Interesting. Okay. In the case of the Imposter, they collect animal and human parts piecemeal wherever they can and stitch them together. Oh, this is why they walk strangely, vocalize strangely, and when they never show their faces or come out during the day, they cannot pass for humans.
Oh, interesting. That's awesome.
Oh, they make puppets out of stuff they find. Piece it together. The reason they can't come out day is because they don't pass. Oh, I asked T-Way why I always see someone facing away from me at the edge of the forest, and he said it's because it does not want me to know its identity. But eventually the Imposter would come for me, wearing face, skin, and teeth and hair, and trying to convince me that it was her. When I asked him what he wanted, he said,
"Nobody knows."
He also told me that there is power in names, as many Redditors have stated, and that I should not speak its name, especially not to it, because that could provoke it. Of the voices I was hearing in the forest every night, T-Way said,
"They practice what they hear for decades. It makes it easier for them to hunt."
Yeah, just because they mimic stuff. Whew, boy. T-Way, Nathan, and the Ranger left at sunset. What? My sweet summer child, come here. What do you mean they left at sunset?
I would be like, would you guys like to stay? Well, I guess they're probably like, we don't want to be here at sundown.
And you know what I would say?
Bullshit.
Me too. I'm coming with it. Where do you live? I'll sleep with the floor. I will clean your toilets. I will do whatever you need me to. Get me off this mountain. Get me wherever. Look, whatever you need me to do, I'm your guy. Or I will be your best friend. I will rub your feet. Just, I'm not sleeping another
Please,
night
sir.
up here. And
Please,
if they
sir.
say no, guess what? I'm finding that Taco Bell I talked about
like,
earlier,
well,
right?
could you drop me off at the closest Arby's?
You just had an incredibly long, detailed description of why you shouldn't be here at all. There's bad spirits. They're from the mine. Get away. Save your wife. And you're like, well, I guess I'll camp out here another night. I mean, they put... Hold on. Well, I guess I'll camp out here another night. I guess I'll maybe hope the dream catcher isn't demonic. Maybe I'll drop a nice bath. I mean, I have the robe after all. It's purple, and I have a gun.
All stuff I just have to cut out for the podcast.
No, you're not cutting any of that out. You're leaving all that. You let me have this. You know how scared I am right now? I'm going to call my wife and be like, do not open this door.
I would definitely send a text. It might give you a heart attack.
Can I? You want to know something really funny? Caitlin just messaged me. It said, can you send me the 2-sentence horror story about the IKEA meatballs? I can't find it. Oh, that's great. Hold on. Where's Kayla? Where's Kayla? Okay. Hold on, I'll just leave it on. Hello, you're on the podcast right now. You're on speaker. Okay. I'm just reading a story with Hunter right now, and I'm so scared I'm going to cry. So can you please, when you get home, not open the office door? Okay, because I'm so scared that like I'm shaking and I have goosebumps, and I've talked about you opening the door for 2 hours. If you open it, I will probably pee my pants. Okay. So please don't, or text me and be like, I will open it now or something. I'm just so scared.
Okay, well, I'm going to the store, so it's gonna be like another hour.
Okay, just please text me before something happens. Okay, I love you.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we're good. We're locked in. All right. They left at sunset, and I spent the rest of the evening thinking about all of this. And I think I figured a lot of things out. Around 9 p.m., something disturbing happened. I used the satellite phone the ranger gave me to call Faye. She actually answered and was just lying in bed reading. We had a great conversation. Yeah, with that demon! I told her I missed her so much and that I was up here trying to solve what was happening. I told her I wanted to have a family with her. She's... Why would you say this to the demon? She said that she was feeling better and had actually gone a whole night without sleepwalking or terrifying Jason and Richard, my buddies who were looking after her. After about 15 minutes of talking, I started hearing sounds outside. Would you look at that? I heard footsteps crunching in the dry snow, and I heard a voice. My voice. It said things like,
Flight. Insomnia. Miss you. See you soon.
He was just standing outside listening to his call.
Yep. Now it has a whole catalog. It can say whatever it wants. The thing had been standing near the window, mimicking my conversation with Faye. I told Faye I'd call her back later and hung up the phone, then went silent. The thing walked around the cabin slowly, trying to figure out if I had moved, kept mumbling and repeating a few phrases as it went. Finally, it came and knocked on the door. Its knocks were gentle, just like last night. I was a little bit less scared because of all the blessings T-Way had put on the cabin, but I still held on to the gun just in case any shit went down. He spoke to me in my own voice, and the first thing he said was,
The hole will fill with snow and blood.
So yeah, that amped up my fear quite a bit.
So yeah, that amped up my fear quite a bit. Ugh.
Yeah, that amped up my fear. I'm not gonna
let it deter me.
I'm gonna say it. Faye, it's right behind me, isn't it? Faye, you're gonna want to see this. So yeah, that amped up my fear quite a bit. Every hair on the back of my neck bristled. Do you know the feeling of being so scared that your vision turns like hyper real? Hyper real. Everything looks like a realistic video game. So everything. It's a weird way to describe it. Yeah, so everything looks just slightly off. Then it knocked again and said,
Hello? May I come in?
I simply said,
No, leave.
Then it knocked for another 30 seconds or so and said,
What is your name? Hello?
I lied and said,
My name is Daniel. Now leave. You can't come in.
The thing started knocking harder, a lot harder, non-stop, and said,
What is your name? What is your name?
It was terrifying to hear my voice coming from the other side of the door and to hear rage building in that voice. Again, the rage, dude. I said again,
My name is Daniel.
But the thing kept yammering and asking the same question. It would occasionally say things like,
Ticket, rental car. You go up in the trees. The hole, down in the hole. What is your name? May I know your name?
Okay, so I'm interested here. The hole's referring to the hole the bodies are in, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the upside down holes is what I was thinking.
So what about the trees?
I don't know. Maybe we haven't figured that out yet. That hasn't been
mentioned, right? Yeah. Then I had an idea. I'm really good with fake accents. And when I was a child, my first language was German. Dad immigrated to Boston and met my mom. I started speaking in a thick accent, talking about my day, and then started shouting in German. So I feel like he's giving it way too... He's trying to trick it. I feel like that's a bad idea.
Yeah, you're just giving it more and more stuff. Yeah.
I recited a poem I know by Hermann Hesse, Die Frane von Ravenna Tragen. My visitor went silent and stopped knocking. I could tell it was just listening. So then I started shouting in a British accent, reciting lines from V for Vendetta, my favorite film of all time. Well, that actually explains a lot about this guy, now that I think about it. He does strike me as a V for Vendetta guy. I shouted, "Thank you," in every single language I know. I once committed to learning it in 100 languages and stopped around 20. My unwanted guest just sort of stammered a little bit, trying to mimic me, but failed to do so. I was no longer speaking in any recognizable pattern or tone. Eventually, it just started growling the sounds Faye and I heard in the forest when we first stayed at the cabin.
Wachu, wo
It started scratching and pounding on the door. I grabbed the sage bundle and torched it with my lighter, then waved it all around the door frame. I don't know if that thing outside could smell it, but it walked off the porch all pissed off, growling. It went off into the night. This time, I ran to the window and tried to get a glimpse of it, but all I could see was a very dark, amorphous form disappearing into the trees. This guy's getting brave. Like, oh, let me see if I can see it out the window. And then what happens when you pull the curtain back and it's like pressed up against the glass? Well, I mean, okay, that worked in the story. I feel like in an actual supernatural scenario, trying to trick it with different languages is probably a bad idea.
Yeah, well, I guess it's just more so not. I mean like the non-form. Like it's basically like not able to form any kind of structure with your voice or whatever because it's just all nonsensical.
I think I figured a lot of stuff out. I think this entity is mimicking me because it's going to try to convince Faye that it is me. It is rehearsing my voice and then whispering to Faye while she sleeps, talking to her in her dreams, trying to get her to let it inside of our house. I think it wants to convince her that I am the imposter, not it. I think I also figured out why the voices go crazy at night and why they're getting closer to my home. These guys aren't trying to scare me, they're trying to deprive me of sleep. If I'm psychologically and emotionally drained, I'm weaker. If I'm delirious, I'll make a mistake. Their, or his, attempts to get me will be easier. Still trying to figure out how controlling Faye like a puppet in her sleep plays into all this. I know what I saw. There's a man standing outside our house, walking the exact same creepy way Faye was sleepwalking at the exact same time. I'm also still considering the possibility that I already made a terrible mistake and that the imposter has already won. When I went outside on the first night at the cabin with Faye, trying to see where the voices were coming from, I left the door unlocked. Oh, user and friend butt said that was the moment that Faye was replaced by something else. I just don't know what to think, but for now, I'm going to sleep. And then he has an update of, I think, one day later, where all he says is, "Well, I found the ring."
Damn, dude. Man, this is hurtling so like I'm so fucking hooked in. This is now so that's the end of 8. Now we're going into 9 out of 10. We only have 2 parts left. Which there is the Mr. Unravels part, but I think we're just going to focus on the My Romantic Cabin Getaway.
Unless it's an insane cliffhanger or something.
Yeah, and then we just can't wait, but we're already almost 3.5 hours in.
You know people love these long episodes. Have you seen the Left Right Game?
I know. I'm just saying that you never know.
You never know. All right, so update for May the 2nd. I'm out of the cabin and safe. Do not go to Pikes Peak looking to be a hero, looking to find the mines, or looking for me. You will die. Avalanches, radon gas, mine collapses, etc. Do not be a fool. Edit, I took down the photo of Faye because someone started sending me creepy messages about it. I should have known better. Wait, is there pictures somewhere? Are we missing pictures anywhere?
No, I think that even if it was, it's edited and gone. What I like to think is that these things are in between stories and stuff. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's on something else.
There are so many new developments. It's hard to figure out how to cram it all into a 3,000 word no sleep post. The morning after I woke with my fiance, Faye, on the satellite phone and then was visited by the thing that mimics our voices, I got a call from Richard and Jason. In case you don't remember, they're the two best friends. They're staying at my place, taking care of Faye while I'm gone. They're the only people I trust. Richard stays up very late and sleeps in the mornings, kind of like what I'm doing now. He does this for two reasons, to work on his art commissions and to make sure Faye doesn't stab everyone to death and burn the house down in their sleep. Hey, Hunter, if I just called you and was like, no. I have to go on...
No. Yeah, no. No, because your house would be vacated. I'd be in Maui with a pina colada.
Wasted away again, margarita. What if I got like three of you guys, like you, Caleb, and
even more so, no.
Why even more so? No, you have other people there. That's better than alone.
There's no way. There's no way. Because then I feel guilty about it. I would feel guilty leaving. If I'm by myself, I could just be like, well, there's nothing I can. My hands are tied.
Oh, so you want to have a failsafe that you can leave her when she starts acting weird.
Exactly. But I would never put myself in that situation. So
I would do it for you.
That's fine. Well, you'd have to because I'd be gone.
Well, yeah, someone's got to take care of her. Ain't gonna be me, idiot. You'd have to, because I'd be gone. She listens to these, you know.
Yeah, I know. She knows. If it was the same for me, it'd be the exact same thing. I feel like that's a beautiful understanding between us.
I just started speaking and you went, no. The guys report that she is behaving quite normally and feeling good, being productive during the day. But then at night, she is unpredictable and weird. I feel like her soul is being cleaved in half. Two distinct sets of behavior are drifting further from each other every day. Around 1 a.m. that night, Richard heard the voice of a young child, mumbling incoherently. He's up to speed on all the unusual experiences that have plagued my fiance and me, so he immediately got up to investigate. He looked out the kitchen window, which faces the same part of the forest where I saw the man mimicking Faye's sleepwalking movements. Richard didn't find anything, so he walked a circle around the house and realized that the sound was coming from our bedroom window. He went inside and woke Jason up, and they stood outside the bedroom door, listening. They claimed they heard the distinct sounds of a child whispering and softly singing, and I bet you can guess which song.
Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do.
Song Faye and I heard outside the cabin on her second night, sung in a child's voice. Both of these dudes are super ripped climbing enthusiasts, and they said that they had never been so creeped out in their entire lives. Jason knocked on the door and said,
Faye, who's in there?
And he promptly heard the child go, shh, and whisper something inaudible. Richard pushed the door open and said that Faye was standing in the corner of the room, in the dark, facing the wall.
Oh, God.
She was standing up on her tiptoes, dragging her hands and nails down the wall and talking to herself.
Ugh.
With her back turned to the guys, she said,
Oh, their skin is so perfect. Which one? Put him down in the hole.
Nope. Richard saw something out the window and hurried over to it. Jason stepped inside the room, reached out to put a hand on Faye's shoulder. She whirled around quickly and covered her face with her hands. Her eyes were open, which is unusual for when she sleepwalks. Then, these are the exact words Jason used.
She started speaking in the voice of a little kid.
She made whining and crying sounds, rocked back and forth on her feet, cradling her arms as though she held a child. Then, she turned around and started scratching at the wall again, still whispering in the kid's voice, saying things like,
It's Faye. I can't see you. Are you up in the trees or down in the hole?
Oh, that was her voice that's what she said all the way back then, right? It's Faye, I can't see you. When she was 5.
Also, I think it's interesting that she's covering her face, trying to hide her identity.
Yep. I think the possession's taken over all the way at this point.
I think it's, like the analogy he used of like every time it happens, her soul is being drifted farther and farther away. Yeah. I think it's like, who knows how much longer she has.
Now she's like more the imposter than she is then.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Then she started singing again. Richard ran down the stairs and out the front door, barreling towards the tree line. Richard's a G, dude.
I love Richard, dude.
I'm going to get you. I'm coming for you. From the window, he had seen a small child walking around on its tippy toes, flailing its arms up in the air. On the phone, he told me he could hear it singing while he watched it from the window. Richard got about 20 yards away from the kid and took off running on the balls of its feet, heading straight into the trees. Richard stayed in pursuit and went in after it. It was too dark for him to follow, and he lost the kid after a few moments. Wandered around for a few minutes, searched the area, and eventually heard the voice of an adult male. Rich says he walked a few steps deeper into the grove and saw a huge man standing about 30 feet away, completely naked, looking up into the trees. No.
Whoa.
Absolutely. Dude. There were lacerations or dark pock marks of some sort all over his body. Now, Richard is about 6'1" and 210 pounds of bulk and muscle. And he said this dude was way bigger than him. He said the man was perfectly still for several seconds, but then started rolling his head around, cracking his neck loudly, started making gurgling and mumbling sounds. I guess Rich was paralyzed with fear because he claims he stood there for an entire minute or more before running like hell back to the house. As he turned to get out of there, the man let out a long hello. And as he did, his voice transformed. It became my voice.
Oh, interesting.
Richard said that the thing in the woods called out with my voice several times as he fled, wailing.
Please help me. They're gonna kill me tonight.
Oh. Jason says that he did not hear or see anything out of the window, only Richard running back inside, ghost white with terror. He said Richard actually cried. While they talked in the living room, Faye sat at the top of the stairs, just watching, wide awake, with a little smile on her face.
Ugh.
Yeah, so Faye's gone. And the thing in the woods is now, it's stolen Felix's voice. And is now, they're in the final stages, effectively.
Yeah, I think so. I also think that all these sleepwalkers, or all these skinwalkers, are all of the dudes. So, like, how many did they say? 5? Or they didn't, I guess they didn't give a number, did they?
Set a group, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so just 3 to 5. Seems like they're all kind of in cahoots together doing the stuff, and like maybe the head one or like one of them is in Faye right now.
Yep, I'm looking at the story. Yeah, it doesn't say how many, just a group of disgruntled.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's each one of them, and they put together skin and people piece by piece. The next morning, they took her to her psychiatric appointment, the first she's ever had, and I will hopefully hear back on that soon. Kills me that I'm not there with her now. Put her in a home. Put her in an asylum, a loony bin, whatever you want to call it. Just get her away.
Right.
I'm still stuck at Pikes Peak. It's like this. Good. I'm glad you are. You deserve it. It's like this place doesn't want me to leave. The ranger station shut down the entire road network on the mountain because of the huge blizzard that rolled in, and there are avalanche warnings. My road out of here is completely iced over, and one part of it has a snow collapse or mini avalanche. Shut up, I'm from California where God pays attention. That's a funny line. That's actually a funny quip in the middle of everything. Like, yeah, this place has snow and avalanches. Shut up, I don't know about it. God actually cares about me where I'm from. Yeah. I'm in contact with the ranger station. His name's Greg, just like Faye's dad, so that's why I avoid referring him by name in these updates. And he assures me they're working on getting the roads cleared every time it stops snowing. I missed my flight, but thankfully they gave me a voucher, so now I could just roll to the airport whenever I can. I have enough food to feed an army, and the electricity here is surprisingly reliable, so I'm warm. The Wi-Fi dips out for 5 to 10 hours at a time, though. I'm working on Donkey Kong Country 2, and and Secret of Mana on the SNES, and writing about my experiences here in my spare time. Also slipped on the icy porch steps and fell on my side, so I've got an enormous bruise and it hurts like a bitch, but only when I breathe, so I got that going for me. So I've got that going for me.
Yeah.
Users. I mean, there's not a lot you can do with those. Like, no. This honestly, I'm going to buy the book as soon as we're done here.
No, I'm so curious to see what's changed.
And to see what a second draft of this kind of story would.
Because there's no way that the way that he's saying Redditors and stuff, that's probably all changed. Yeah.
User Sweet Rosemary asked me if the cabin had a basement, and I never thought to check. Outside, under the snowpack, and halfway covered with old chopped wood, I found a little locked door. The key was in the kitchen cupboard, and it turns out that there's a decent-sized cellar under the house. Down inside, I found a ton of creepy shit. You didn't think about there being a basement, a whole nother floor to the house? Okay,
I'll be completely honest. I didn't even think about that the entire time I've been reading
You're not at the house. You're not at the house where there's a basement. And then, I'm just saying, if there's a door outside, all right, whatever. There's a bundle of long black hair, several dozen jars of some rotten mutant-looking shit, and tons of old books from the 60s and 70s, and lots of porno magazines.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It seems that these demons from hell like to get up to no good. There's also lots of sticks and yarn. All of the material necessary to make a dream catcher, like the one hanging at the tree line behind the cabin. I didn't touch anything. I just snoped straight out of there. I've been thinking about something that user wait time is lame said to me the other day, which was, have you considered that it's not a dream catcher at all? And he's right. I'm not an expert on Native American symbology or artifacts. It just looks kind of like a dream catcher to me. So I've been calling it one all this time. T-Way, the Pueblo friend of the ranger, didn't call it that. He just said to leave it alone. I'm wondering if that thing attracts the imposter instead of keeping it away. It could mark the house. I kind of want to move it for one. Night to see what happens. The recklessness of that phrase. You know, what's the worst that could happen? You know? My dog is barking at something. I'm about to shoot someone. After all, T-Way blessed the entire cabin, so I feel quite safe. I have a .357 Magnum in case leaves don't protect me. I'm going to kill this guy. I'll just shoot it. No one's ever thought about it. So naive. Yeah, what an idiot. In case leaves don't protect me. Good luck, dude. At about 9:30 a.m., there's a knock on the door. I grabbed the gun, suspecting another encounter with the imposter. It was lightly snowing and glooming, so I figured the sun was blocked enough that the creature wouldn't be willing to come out of the woods. Then I heard familiar voices, talking cheerfully. I looked out the window, and to my total surprise, it was T-Way and his son Nathan. These badass guys had hiked up from the ranger station in the snow to check on me. I let them in, and they made tea. I cannot tell you how happy I was to see them. Okay, do you trust them?
Yeah, I do.
You don't think it's the imposter?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. T-Way brought me his own dream catcher. It was one he made specifically for me, and he told me I should hang it beside the creepy one. It's very colorful and ornate. I could tell he spent a lot of time on it. It's even got 2 beautiful hawk feathers dangling off it, which Nathan says represents freedom and unboundness. He reiterated the importance of finding the engagement ring Faye had lost and blessed the house again. I tried to get them to stay longer, but they had to get back down the mountain before the storm picked up, told me I should come with them. Yes. Yes. We all knew I wouldn't. Yeah, because they're like, oh, this guy's stupid. This guy's a big dumb idiot. If I left with them, I'd be leaving Greg's truck. What? If I left with them, I'd be leaving Greg's truck, and I never have found what I came back for. Okay, the second line's fine. Why even mention the truck? We hate Greg. Greg is part of the reason this all happened. Well, I can't leave his truck up here. I never found what I came back for. What? You're not finding anything. You're sitting in the cabin. I said goodbye, and T-Way hugged me. I wish that guy was my grandpa. Okay, watch it turn out that like the 2 hawk feathers like make the dream catcher have like an opposite effect. Like,
yeah, so actually it opened you up for tons of crazy other stuff. Sorry about that. Forgot to tell you.
Yeah, so remember how dream catchers like keep bad things from happening? Well, this is a reverse dream catcher that ensures only bad things happen to you from here on out.
You're going to poop yourself. It's pretty much what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that's if you get off easy.
And that's if exactly. If they're going easy on you, Felix.
I took a nap after they left. I figure out how to sleep without being interrupted by the damn voices in the forest. From 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., it's pretty quiet outside, so I nap on and off, but something really bad happened this time. I woke up opening the bathroom window. Oh,
shit.
Damn, dude.
He's hooked. They got him.
Hook, line, and sinker. He's on it. Okay, so for what? Okay, this is entirely his fault. There's no reason for him to be on the mountain. There's none. He's not smart enough. He's not doing anything other than sitting around the cabin. This is his own fault. I've never sleepwalked before in my entire life. Faye's been sleeping next to me for 5 years, and she says I don't move. I don't speak. I don't snore. I don't steal sheets. I'm the most polite bed buddy on earth. I don't like that word. But when I came to, I was standing next to the toilet, both hands prying the frozen window open. It was about 2 inches up, and the freezing cold wind on my fingers is what woke me up. I slammed it shut and checked all the windows, ensuring that they were locked and sealed tight, then went back to bed. I dragged one of the living room chairs into the bedroom with me and propped it against the door so that I'd knock it over if I got up again. This did not work. At around 1 p.m., I woke up standing at the front door and found myself pulling it open. The loud groans it issued were what snapped me out of my stupor. I slammed the door shut and looked out the window next to it, praying nothing was out there waiting for me at the tree line. I saw nothing. Then I remembered that I'd had a dream. Images of a huge hole carved into the mountain surfaced in my mind. Snow and branches were caked all around the mouth of the entrance, and an impossible, yawning blackness emanated from within. In the dream, I just kind of stood there, gazing into the vacant face of the deep, listening to Faye's weakened cries. I sat down on the couch and just sort of cried for about a half hour. I thought about what our lives had become and how bad I missed her. I thought about all the dreams we had of our future, things that can never be if I don't figure out how to save her. I thought about all the promises I'll never keep if I die up here. I decided that it would be best to hang the dream catcher sooner rather than later, because the clouds broke for a while and it was fantastically bright out. I got geared up and trudged across the snow with T-Way's gift and hung it on a branch about 3 feet away from the evil-looking one. And that's when I saw it.
Oh, shit.
Faye's engagement ring. It was dangling there right in front of me, as if to tease me. Someone had woven it into the strings of the dream catcher. I stood there for a long time, right between the two objects. I couldn't figure out if some benevolent force was giving me a break or if I was being taunted by whatever beings have haunted my footsteps ever since I arrived on the mountain. Retrieving the ring would require me not only to touch, but destroy the creepy dream catcher. I had the thought to go ask No Sleep what I should do, but I feared that if I left for even 1 second, the ring would be gone when I got back. So I just tried to solve the riddle by myself. I wish I'd brought the satellite phone out there with me. After a few minutes of standing there, I reasoned that T-Way's Dreamcatcher would probably do just as well in protecting me, if in fact that was the function of the original one. I also figured that if it were cursed or something, touching it couldn't actually be worse than leaving the ring there and allowing Faye to be completely consumed by her madness. If the ring has anything to do with the creatures who are controlling Faye and me while we sleep, then getting it back is a priority over not touching weird stuff in the woods. That shadow under my door keeps moving, but it's so sporadic. Okay, well, it's not in the house yet. All right. So that's what I did. I broke the brittle thing apart and took my damn ring back. What else could I have done? Okay, in his defense, her ring being in it has to be not good, right?
Well, people have also continuously said you have to find that ring.
Yeah. I don't really blame him for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Feels like the worst has already happened, but who knows?
Yeah.
To be fair, though, T-Way did say just leave it alone.
Well, that was before the ring was in it. And then he said, is it bad? And T-Way said maybe. So I feel like the ring being in it's like, also, yeah, this is bad news.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because no one with good insurance would find her ring and put it up in that without saying something or revealing themselves or whatever.
Right.
And as if on cue, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was a person standing in the snow beside a tree about 20 feet from my left side. 20 feet?
That's so close.
Does the story realize how close 20 feet is? That's like me to my door right now. That's insanely close. I was so scared I didn't look directly at him. I just watched him in my periphery and prayed he hadn't noticed me. Yeah, dude, he hasn't seen you, I'm sure. It was a man with black, gray hair and dark clothes. Facing away from me, his head was tilted all the way back. He was looking way up at the tops of the trees. His limbs looked mangled and bent and elongated. Even without looking right at him, I slid the ring into my pocket as slowly as I could, trying not to make a sound. And as I did, the man hobbled around and faced me. I really didn't want to look now. Just slammed my eyes shut. I knew he was looking at me. I could feel his gaze on me. He started gurgling and making throaty noises and said in a voice so threatening I can't even begin to describe.
Felix, I know you, Felix. I know you, Felix. I know you.
Over and over. I took off running and screaming like a bat out of hell. I screamed all the way back to the cabin. I barricaded the front door with the couch and burned up half the sage I had left. I even prayed, like an actual prayer. I've done that since I was 15 years old. I'm really struggling to write this part. It's taken me hours to finish this entry because I keep getting up to distract myself. The ranger isn't answering his phone and nobody's at the station. No. Maybe the power's out. Yeah, maybe, bro. I don't know what I did by breaking the dream catcher, and I don't know what tonight's going to be like, but Faye, if you ever read this, and if something happens to me, don't forget. Your tenderness, your softened skin, all I needed, your love is my tourniquet. That's the lyrics to something, right?
I think so.
I have to say this even though I desperately want it to not be true. Oh, no. The man I just saw was T-Way.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Holy fuck. We're going into the last part right now. Get me in there. Get me in.
What does that mean? Does that mean it killed T-Way or T-Way was always that? It means it killed him, right?
I don't know.
It has to mean it killed him because if these guys are just like piecemealing, like,
well, yeah, because also he didn't answer the phone. The ranger didn't either. So I'm guessing the thing killed him on their walk back.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Oh man, and they had no protection going down the mountain, I guess.
I'm guessing not.
All right, are you ready to end this?
This is it. This is part 10. I'm so ready.
Part 10. Here we go. Here's the interview I've been promising for so long. Can we actually watch it?
Nope.
No, video's not available. I hate it here. As you can see by its length, there's no possible way I could have uploaded the cabin on the crappy Wi-Fi. Sorry about my allergies. Oh, he's alive? Sorry that this is so long, but people have been hounding me for as much information as possible. This will be my last update. We need to rest. Things have spiraled out of control up here on the mountain. I made a decision that changed everything and it almost killed me. Only time will tell if it was the right choice to make. But for now, I'm just piecing everything together in my mind, and trying to convince myself that I'm one step closer to solving all of this. I destroyed the strange dream catcher that's been dangling on a tree behind the cabin since Faye and I first came to this place. Nobody knows who made it, what its purpose is, or why it's on the side of the tree facing into the woods. Rather than the side facing the house. I found all the supplies to make another one. Kayla? Don't do this to me. I had the headphones on and I felt the whole house rumble at once, which normally means someone shuts the door. Okay, the GPS says she's here. Okay, whatever. I found all of the supplies to make another one just like it, locked behind a cellar door that someone tried to hide years ago. But when I broke the dream catcher, I learned everything I needed to know. T-Way is dead. A lot of people have said otherwise, but I am certain of this. I saw his likeness stretched over the gruesome form of the thing that stalks these woods. It was broad daylight, and the look on that, its mangled face, told me exactly what I didn't want to accept. Really am all alone. Several Redditors have speculated that this thing only shows itself at night and always faces away from me because it cannot convincingly appear human, not without the help of the recently dead. T-Way confirmed this during his first visit to the cabin, but when I destroyed the dream catcher, there it was, proudly masquerading in the skin and hair of my best friend on this mountain. In the sunlight, no less. I cannot even imagine how his son Nathan must feel, if he's even alive. The two hiked back to the ranger station from the cabin knowing a blizzard was coming. I'm sure that's when T-Way died. I'm gonna go on a limb and say Nathan's not doing great.
Yeah,
just hypothetically, I don't think he's doing so hot. When I got back inside the cabin, I completely lost it. Barricaded the door and windows with every piece of furniture. Did you check the house? Because there's probably something in there. But there just isn't enough stuff inside this little cabin to protect me. So I sit there on the floor against the bed, clutching the gun, sort of wishing my dark visitor would come and kill me already. But of course, this is Pikes Peak. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to you here, so the mountain kept messing with me. It's getting dark, and I was on the verge of a total psychological break. I've been running on 4 hours of sleep per night and a few naps for the past 2 weeks. My only hope for redemption just got turned into a puppet, and I was about to find out what happens come nightfall when the dream catcher no longer functions. So what did my brain decide was the best course of action at this point? To fall asleep.
Oh no.
Somehow, I nodded off. In fact, I think my brain just did a hard reset because nothing about that sleep was restful. I just went into a fear coma the minute the sun dipped behind the mountain. And then I woke up. I was in bed, with the sheets pulled over me. The lights were off, all of them, and my hands were empty. But before, they held Greg's 357. When I opened my eyes, I suppose it was possible that I climbed into bed myself. After all, I caught myself sleepwalking twice the day before. But it took me a solid minute before I realized... It took me a minute before I realized there was an arm wrapped around my chest.
Fuck.
I did not have the reaction you'd expect. Most people would fly out of bed screaming bloody murder, but the first thought I had was...
Where am I?
My parents divorced when I was 3, so as a kid, I'd spend a few nights a week at my dad's house and a few nights at my mom's. Sometimes I'd wake in the dark and not be sure which bedroom I was in. It always took me a second to remember where I was. This is a thought that crossed my delirious mind. Maybe I was back at home in California. Maybe I was at Faith's parents' house in Arvada. Sort of rolled out from under the arm and tried to figure out what the hell was lying in bed with me. I've been sleeping with the lights on for the past few nights, and I never in my right mind would have turned them off after seeing the creature so close to me a few hours ago. The body in bed beside me felt familiar. Its warmth, its texture. I was pretty sure it was Faye. But I still couldn't remember if she was really with me up here. Then she spoke. She reached through the dark and touched my face, said,
"What's wrong, Pop-Tart?"
Yes, that's actually the nickname she gave me. Love me some s'mores Pop-Tarts. I wasn't really afraid, just overwhelmed with confusion. I asked her where we were and why the lights were off. She just squeezed my shoulder and said,
Honey, we're in Pikes Peak. There's a storm. The power's out. It's done this before. What's wrong with you?
I know my wife is downstairs like cleaning up right now, but it's just there's someone in the house now and I haven't visualized it yet. And like my heart's racing and my fight or flight's up. I got up out of bed, A feeling of dread was falling over me, how heavier and heavier the more awake I became. As soon as the sheets were off of me, I felt a blistering cold. Colder than it's ever been in the cabin. Heat must have been off for hours. Only a bit of pale moonlight filtered in through the windows, and it was barely enough to outline the object in the room. I stumbled around looking for the flashlight, totally unable to remember where it was, and said,
"Why the fuck is it so cold? Did you screw with the heat?"
Faye tried to get me to come back to bed. She told me it went off and came back on earlier, and that it would probably be back on soon. Everything about her felt wrong, but her voice was perfectly clear. Her skin felt totally recognizable. I couldn't shake the strange feeling I had. I left the bedroom and walked out into the living room. It was even colder out there. I felt my way around with my hands and noticed a strong, icy draft coming from down the hall. It's a straight shot from the living room to the bathroom at the other end of the hall. From where I stood, I could see the bathroom window. It was wide open, a big 2 by 2 foot gap leading out to the snow. I went to shout.
"What the fuck did you..."
Faye stepped out of the bedroom, stood in the hallway between me and the bathroom. She said something like,
"Felix, you aren't feeling well. Do you not remember what's going on? You're sick."
I almost believed her because I definitely felt dizzy and feverish, but I could also have been the mixture of disturbed confusion and freezing cold. The thought that this was not really Faye invaded my mind, and I immediately regretted not knowing where the gun was. The only words I could find were,
"Who are you? Why are you here?"
Faye just stood there in the darkness of the hallway. The only thing I could see was a little silver outline of her figure. Her face was entirely black. But even though her eyes were hidden, I could feel them burning into me. Just as T-Way's had when I found the ring. It felt like we stood in the eye of a hurricane. Everything was totally calm. I knew hell was about to break loose. There wasn't a single sound outside. No branches snapped, no snow crunched, no voices moaned. It was as if time had stopped completely. Faye didn't move. Even as she spoke, she held herself with the stillness of death. She said,
"Felix."
It wasn't to get my attention. It wasn't to convince me she was really my fiancée. It was a threat. She was reminding me that she knew my name. I still don't fully understand what the power is in names, but T-Way and Nathan believed it. Many Redditors warned me about it. When she said my name, I felt smaller than her, even though I stand almost a foot over her head.
"Do you remember the 5?
She asked. She still didn't move an inch. Not even her hair kicked up in the drafts that blew in from behind her.
"I can't remember. Not in this place."
I didn't know how to respond to this. I didn't know what she was talking about. All I could say was,
"Get out. You're not welcome here."
Again, Faye didn't move, but she did clear her throat. And the sound she made was about 2 octaves deeper than the real Faye's voice. She inhaled sharply and said,
"Tell me about the number 5.
And that's when I knew. I remembered where I was, what day it was, and exactly what had happened up until this point. My visitor had finally come to call, and it no longer needed to be invited. I deeply regretted breaking the dream catcher. My hand instinctively slid over my pocket, and to my relief, the little shape of Faye's engagement ring pushed back against my fingers. There was nothing else to do. I decided to throw down the gauntlet. I figured it was probably time to die anyway, so I might as well go out bravely. I just said,
"I know who you are, and you will never be Faye."
She took a menacing step towards me. A gurgle seeped out of her throat. She inhaled again, more slowly this time, and demanded,
"I want to know about the number 5. Tell me, Felix."
I looked all around me on the counters for a weapon, but found nothing. The knife block was on the other side of the short wall that divided the living room from the kitchen. There was only a roll of paper towels within reach, but in retrospect, I was so amped with terror that I probably could have beaten her ass to death with it.
I don't have a clue what the number means. In fact, about 5,000 people online don't either. Nobody knows. Only Faye knows.
My visitor started shaking with rage. Her face was wreathed with impossible black. There was an endless abyss in it that stung in my eyes. Then I realized something. This creature, whatever it is, has had access to Faye's mind for several hours every night, maybe for many years, maybe since she first visited the cabin. She was 5 years old, and in all that time, it still hadn't learned everything about her. It can never perfectly imitate her because she kept some things buried so deep in her subconscious that not even this thing could find them. Whatever the number 5 meant to Faye, the deep place is where she kept the secret. She didn't even go there in her dreams. The next part was all a blur. I said something like,
"You're the one who speaks to her in her sleep."
The visitor kind of nodded. I said,
"You ask her things. She answers you. I hear everything she says."
The visitor didn't react. Then I said,
"You've asked her this question, just like you're asking me now. And she always says, no, I can't tell you."
The visitor took another step forward, dragging a hand along the wall, as Faye had so many times in her sleepwalking fits, raised up on the balls of its feet and twitched violently. It said to me,
"I will make you tell me."
It didn't try to mimic my fiance's voice anymore. It sucked in huge breaths, trying to control its rage. There's a certain feeling you get when you're about to die, when you're in danger, and you might die. Fear completely overwhelms your senses and compels you to flee, to fight, to save yourself somehow. But past that point, when you know you're going to die, that fear becomes useless and disappears. This has happened to me only once before, when I was sucked into a riptide at the beach during an El Nino winter as a teenager. In that moment, I just wondered,
will my body ever come back to the shore? Will they even know what happened to me?
In this moment, my heart slowed down, and I didn't feel cold anymore. I just stood there, ready to be mauled to death. I was satisfied in the knowledge that I had not given this creature what it wanted, and therefore blocked it from using that knowledge as a weapon against Faye. Whatever 5 meant, saying needed it to take full possession of my fiancé, and I wasn't going to let that happen. I laughed. Actually laughed and said,
"Well, you're shit out of luck, buddy, because I don't know what the hell that means. Maybe you can tell me when you figure it out."
The imposter laughed right back in my voice, a perfect mimicry. Then it said,
"Well, then we don't need you anymore."
It lunged at me. I've dodged a rabid German shepherd like I was a ninja, but this thing was so fast and so strong it knocked the wind clean out of me. I toppled backwards and crash landed on my shoulders on the tiles near the front door. It unleashed a barrage of blows on my face and neck. It raked my sweatshirt with razor-like claws. I tried my best to defend myself, but it was so dark in my house I couldn't see almost anything. I managed to flail my way free of its grasp for just a second. I pulled myself up to my feet by grabbing the counter, and in doing so, my hand brushed against the little bundle of sage I'd been burning. The imposter was on me like lightning, grabbing me by the back of the neck and pulling me with the strength of a 250-pound man. I very ingloriously whirled around and smashed the sage bundle into the creature's face, burnt in first, and wrapped my other arm around its head. Faye's familiar locks tangled in my fingers. I pulled its head forward and jammed the brittle sage into its eyes as hard as I could, screaming like a banshee. It shrieked and growled in some inhuman language and tried to push me away, but I held on as hard as I could and kept driving my fingers into its eyes, crushing the twigs in them. A memory of Nathan and T-Way's chant surfaced in my mind, and I shouted the only part I could pronounce.
"Taniki Adan! Taniki Adan! Taniki Adan!"
Who knows if I'm even remotely close to the correct spelling. My hand slid over its face, and the mockery of Faye's appearance fell away. I couldn't see in the dark, but the face no longer resembled my fiance's. The mouth was much too big for humans, and the wet lips draped across the maw of 100 fangs.
Sick.
And that was it. Bastard had had enough. It screamed and growled and took off on all fours. Its limbs elongated as it moved farther away from me. Its shape became recognizably inhuman even in the pale light. It barreled up the bathroom wall and out the window, and in moments, it was completely gone. I definitely am not afraid to cry. I do it at funerals, at weddings, during the Hunchback of Notre Dame, etc. but I'm a little embarrassed to admit how long and hard I cried after the creature left the cabin. What part of Hunchback of Notre Dame do you cry or whatever?
The part where he fucking probably gets the tomatoes thrown at him and shit.
Oh, that's not a cry moment. That's like a boo-hoo moment.
Yeah, that's a laughing moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, look at that nerd. He looks different. Ha ha, everyone. Let's point and laugh.
Gross.
Look at him. What a loser. I never felt so utterly, miserably alone in my entire life. I only stopped when the power came back on, probably 20 minutes later. The heater kicked on instantly, and I ran over to shut and lock the bathroom window. Satellite phone was gone. The gun was gone, probably outside in the snow, or up in a tree, or down in a hole. I peeked out the kitchen window and saw something lying on the porch, right near the front door. When I cracked the door open just for a second, I saw that it was T-Way's dream catcher. It had been destroyed and placed in front of the cabin, mocking me, or reminding me that I was unprotected. I checked the timer on our little baby clock in the kitchen, little battery clock in the kitchen, and it read 12:15 a.m. I was gonna have to spend another night on this godforsaken cabin. Yeah, because you whatever, okay. But I vowed to myself that at daybreak, no matter the conditions, I would take Greg's truck and get down the mountain or die trying. I didn't care if I slid off the cliff face. I'd never watch the sun go down in Colorado ever again. For a while, I actually considered leaving right then, in the middle of the night. Many Redditors have reprimanded me for not doing this before, but I assure you, even in this situation, driving in the dark on that icy little road next to the 400-foot cliff is a complete nope situation. But the mountain had other plans for me. At one point, I risked sneaking outside to determine how deep the truck was buried. But as I approached, I saw that the snow had been dug out around the two front tires and they had been slashed to ribbons. All I could do was let out a grim laugh and trudge back inside. At least it was warm in there now. At around 1 a.m., the voices started up. They arose from far off in the woods, several of them at once, groaning and screaming dark elegies to the night. It was all the same evil gibberish I'd heard 1,000 times before, but they slowly made their way into the open field and eventually to just outside the cabin. I lit the remaining pieces of sage, did a once-over of all the windows that weren't barricaded with furniture. I also donned the medicine pouches and amulet that T-Way and Nathan had given me, hoping they'd be similarly effective in protecting me. Then I remembered T-Way's useless dream catcher and imagined my crumpled corpse lying in the snow beside it. Outside the front door, I distinctly heard my own voice calling.
Faye, it's me, Felix. Let me in. Let me in.
And from near the bathroom window, my voice again saying,
Hi, sweetie. I miss you so much.
You repeated a few other things I've said on the phone in conversation with her, and even a few things I said to her while she was sleepwalking back at our home in California. There were footsteps on the roof. 2, maybe 3 pairs of little feet stomping all over the ceiling. Voices of crying children paired with them. I stood there in the kitchen, clutching a knife and the herbs, waiting for the end. Voices circled the cabin as though a handful of deranged lunatics were slowly marching around the perimeter, singing the songs of hell as they went. They begged for help, they laughed maniacally, they whispered and screamed and talked entirely to themselves, all at once. Their dim shadows passed the windows, curtains over and over. I heard glass breaking in the bedroom and then in the bathroom. Then, stomping on the roof grew louder, and the voices at the front door grew more urgent. Someone began knocking on the door, and the others tapped on the living room windows. They all started screaming.
Faye, let us in. Felix, are you there?
And then, as if heaven sent, a blinding white light illuminated the entire cabin from outside. All of the window curtains at the front of the house lit up, and the sound of motors drowned out the hellish cries. Someone had driven up to the cabin. I heard doors open and men calling out, coherently. Footsteps on the roof thundered overhead to the back of the cabin, and the screams of children drifted off into the woods out back, echoing as they withdrew. The ranger bashed on the front door, calling out my full name, instructing me to come outside. I looked out the window and saw 5 men, some in uniforms, and the ranger. There was a humongous off-road snowplow, 2 snowmobiles, and a big truck that come to save my life. When I went outside, I just walked up and hugged the ranger. Didn't even grab my winter jacket. He informed me that they were getting everyone off the mountain because of the problem with the power grid. He said he feared I'd freeze to death. The ride down the mountain would have been the happiest ride of my life, except for the view. We snaked across slippery, white roads, and even with the truck's high beams on, I could see the biggest... Yeah, I could see the biggest... Blah. I could see the brightest stars I'd ever witnessed. But beneath them, dangling in the trees, were dozens and dozens of human bodies. They swung by rope from their feet or necks. Some of them were filleted or missing parts. The ranger did not appear to notice, and I kept my mouth shut. As I passed overhead on our downward crawl, I could almost make out their frozen faces, lifeless for years, maybe decades. Their black blood stained the trunks of the trees. I'm not sure if these were the spirits T-Way talked about, or if I had simply been experiencing temporary insanity. Not sure I'll ever know who they were, but I'm guessing that if the Rangers showed up any later, I would have become one of them. I'll never forget the haunting image of passing underneath them. We arrived at the ranger station and remained there overnight. I slept on a cot in a room about 15 people, all locals from different places on the mountain. I asked the ranger if he'd heard from T-Way or Nathan, but he said he had not. Next morning, one of his men drove me straight to Denver International Airport, and I boarded a plane without any luggage whatsoever. Didn't matter. I had my ring in my pocket, and I'll never need another jacket again as long as I... When I finally got home, Faye let me have it. She kept kissing me and yelling at me. I understood. She was angry that I'd spent so much time trying to take control of the situation, treating her like a child and disregarding her feelings in my crusade to rescue her. What? What do you mean? Treat like a child? What do you mean disregard? She was possessed. Oh, whatever. Is she not still? Whatever. Okay. She was upset that I consigned her to the care of my best friends without asking, but seemed to appreciate their help. Okay. We're almost done. Whatever. Richard and Jason were very happy to leave my house and never look Faye in the eye again. Although they did have some good news for me. Faye had not sleepwalked or sleep talked or done anything out of the ordinary in over 24 hours. Nothing's been solved. They're still all there. I mean, you took the ring back, but that's it. This corresponds almost exactly with when I retrieved the ring from the dream catcher. After an hour or so of reprimanding me for being a thick-headed idiot, Faye forgave me and we laid in bed together and talked about everything. I apologized to her for the way I treated her and put the ring on her finger. She looked relieved to have it back on. Yeah, because it's a demon who's excited to take it back. I swore I'd never screw up like that again. We both slept a full night, no strange night terrors or bad dreams or sleep disturbances of any kind. And in the morning, yesterday morning, we had Faye's favorite, waffles. At about 11 a.m., I received a call. To my great relief, it was Nathan. I immediately pressed him for information about T-Way and what exactly had happened after they left the cabin that day. He ignored my questions and said, very ominously, "Please let me speak to the one who followed you home." That's what I thought. I said something like,
what?
To which he replied,
"The one that calls itself Faye."
What did I say? What did I say? My fiance and I had been sitting on the couch watching the most recent Game of Thrones, so I just sort of handed the phone to her, saying,
"It's for you."
She put it to her ear and said,
"Hello?"
And then listened for about a minute. I could hear Nathan speaking, but I could not make out what he was saying. Suddenly, a volcano of black puke exploded from Faye's mouth.
Holy shit.
It absolutely covered the couch and carpet and sent me nearly jumping out of my skin in the process. Faye doubled over onto the floor like a rag doll, coughing and sputtering. I fell to my knee beside her, panicked, asking if she was all right. I picked up the phone and screamed at Nathan, demanding to know what he had said to her. Nathan just said,
"Please, Felix, please listen."
It then proceeds to recite some sort of chant or incantation. A wave of syrupy vomit rushed up my throat and out of my mouth, and as with Faye, it was oily black. I'm actually a metaphobe, so vomiting sends me into a state of near catatonia. But Faye had made a quick recovery and was right there to nurse me back to my senses. Nathan spoke to me a bit more and explained what he had done. I'll get to that in a bit. Faye and I spent the rest of the day feeling queasy and eventually went to urgent care across the road to get checked out. Yeah, looks like you got ghost in your blood. Sorry to hear
Well,
that.
you're borderline possessed. Thank God you came to urgent care.
Don't worry, we'll get you not fixed up in a jiffy, but you will be gone. They gave us blood tests and checked our vitals and sent us home, telling us that we'd suffered minor food poisoning.
It's those damn waffles.
Those waffles. But I know deep down it wasn't the damn waffles. That's funny. That's funny. Thankfully, for the past several hours, we've been feeling much better. I mentioned a while back that T-Way and Nathan had a disagreement over who the real Fae was. Whether it was even possible for a duplicate of my fiance to exist. When they hiked back down the mountain from the cabin a few days ago, they had to go up into the forest to avoid the snow collapses all over the road. Out there in the woods, they heard the crying of a woman, followed it to an abandoned mine. Both of them knew that it was very likely a trick, but T-Way said that it was their duty to explore the possibility that Faye was alive somewhere on the mountain. The blizzard came on earlier than expected. They stood at the mouth of the mine, listening to the begging of a young woman somewhere off in the dark, but concluded that its voice was too unusual to be a human's. T-Way and Nathan decided...
yawning up a storm.
I am yawning up a storm. T-Way and Nathan decided to bless the entrance of the mine, which could ward off its dark inhabitants, but their chanting enraged whatever lived in it. Came out of the tunnels and snatched T-Way. Screamed all the way down into the dark. Nathan could not follow. He ran away, terrified, but got lost in the blizzard. He wandered for an hour, fearing death, and eventually came upon a skinned body swinging from a low tree branch. It was so fresh the blood hadn't yet fully frozen. Nathan knew it was his father's corpse. Well, that's brutal.
Poor T-Way.
Yeah. Eventually, he found his way back home. He said his father's voice guided him out of the squall. Nathan explained to me that the imposter's goal of taking over someone's mind was different from his penchant for killing people. These creatures hunt and kill at random, salvaging the human parts they need to walk the earth as mortals for a short time. But their real pleasure derives from conquering a person from within. Faye was one of the unlucky few that are chosen in this way, and the imposter's fixation on her had lasted for decades. After long enough, their continued presence in the body and mind of a victim's leave the stain on the soul. This corruption necessitates a purge, hence the barf party we held in the living room, whose stains, by the way, have thus failed to banish. Nathan invited me to the funeral ceremony for T-Way. I sadly declined as I'm already on the verge of losing my job and flat broke from this experience. Okay, remind me to come back to that line. But I promised that I'd honor his memory in my own way. I can't go back to that place. Fortunately, Nathan was more than understanding and promised we'd meet again soon. I'm still thinking about all of this. I do not yet have all the pieces of the puzzle. If you're looking for all the answers, you're going to have to help me find them. But I think I have part of this figured out. The imposter gave Faye's ring back to me. They wanted me to destroy the dream catcher. The ring was an object of great sentimental value, both to Faye and to our relationship. The creature used it to invade Faye's mind and control her thoughts. Its goal was to convince her that it was me, so that she could welcome it into our house late at night. The home, Nathan said, symbolically represents the body, just as the ring represents our union. To be welcomed into the home is to be granted access to Faye. But because the imposter could not learn everything it needed from Faye to mimic me, it gave up on that project and instead came after me. It returned the ring to me, thus giving up its power over Faye, but I broke the dream catcher to retrieve it. As it turns out, the creepy, mysterious dream catcher was in fact protecting the cabin and everyone inside it, which is why the imposter needed to be invited in. When I broke it, the creature could easily come in and killed me, but it needed information from me before it did. It needed to know one of Faye's darkest secrets to rule her. I'm not sure I'll ever unravel the mystery of the number 5, but I do know one thing. Not knowing what it means actually saved Faye's life. Not sure I ever want to know. As for Faye, she's back to normal and in perfect health. She sleeps soundly and only mumbles a bit, which is pretty normal for her. Her sixth sense of humor has returned as well. Last night as we went to sleep, she turned out the light and said,
"Thank you for trying so hard."
Then she leaned over and licked my face. I would kill her. Beat that woman
sick
to death.
Bitch. I'm kidding. Yeah, he elbows her in the face.
Yeah,
Who are you?
It's like, yeah, just start punching her.
That's the end of the 10-part series.
Hold on. There's 2 edits.
That's just the edit of him saying,
I am overwhelmed with the reception to your words, and then thank you for the gold.
That is the end of the 10-part series, and there is more, so I know people are going to be bitching, complaining. It still goes on. We get it, dude. Maybe we'll come back to one day. I think this is a good place to stop. I like it. There's a couple things. The ending, I wish it didn't spell it out that much. You know, also the thing about him just calling him and then them expelling the stuff feels a bit rushed, maybe. So I'm curious to see the ending if it changed a bit over the course of the hardcover book, you know, because it feels all so good. This is, I dare I say, one of the best that we've read, Isaiah. In terms of creepiness, the execution at the end felt a little Alfred Hitchcock psycho of like, well, you see it happen because of this. And it kind of just quickly wraps up with a little cell phone chant. How do you feel about that?
All right, so let me say this first before anything I say gets misinterpreted. I love the story. It was great. Yeah. That's a solid 8 out of 10 for me, I think. The horror worked so well in some parts. I can't, like I said, talking about like his wife being puppeted around the hallway and stuff. I was in it. I was in the trenches. There were parts I was imagining my wife in that position, you know, what I would do. The uncanniness, like the beckoning into the darkness and stuff like that. The mimic out in the tree line that's copying her, stuff like that. All that was like cash, right? I loved it so much.
So good.
And the ending did lose me. The ending did lose me a bit. The part that really, okay, so I think it's really the 10th part that did most of the damage. Because, and again, like I said earlier, the scares were so good, they're not taken away by my gripes with the ending. For one, I love the part, I didn't like where it went, but I like the part of in the shadow of the house, it's now fully taken over Faye's form.
Right.
And it's like, just come back to bed. Like in my head, she's like naked. It's like a siren almost, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like she's shadowed. She's saying like, just come back to bed. Yeah. Like it's like a anglerfish lure almost, right? And I like that visual on its own. And then everything around that I didn't like at all.
No, I didn't like the fight or anything like that.
So, okay, it wants to know Faye's mind. All right, I will buy that for why it didn't kill him outright. When he fell asleep, it possessed him, made him open the window, it came in, and then pretended to be her so that it could learn what the 5 was, right? Sure, I'll buy that. It then going, well, now looks like we don't need you, and then attacking him.
Yeah.
You know what that reminds me of, unironically? Do you remember in Revenge of the Sith when Yoda just starts like, pulls out a lightsaber and just starts fighting?
Yeah.
That's exactly what that felt like to me, because like Yoda throughout the whole series is like a super ancient mystic. You feel like he could move a planet with his mind if he wanted to. And it's like, oh no, in a fight, he just does like
hold my earrings, cuh.
Yeah, exactly. That is what he says. He just starts doing kick flips and stuff. It's like, oh, that's all he does in a fight. And here it felt like, oh, this ancient mystic beast that's like the souls of these dead warriors invigorated. They just scratch at you and you can stop them. A human man can stop one. Like,
it's kind of interesting. I mean, I agree. It really lost me in that way. Also, the mysterious part of 5 and just being like, I don't know what 5 means either, which also the mystery unravels, I'm sure goes more into that, but it just didn't feel, I think that maybe when he was writing it, he didn't even know really what the author maybe didn't know really what that meant either. All of the Native Americans. I
feel like maybe he had something in mind. I feel like it was too specific otherwise.
I mean, probably.
You know what I honestly think it is? You know what I honestly think it is? I think it's something to do with her mom. Because her mom was like, did all this. That's why I think it is. Probably.
All I know is probably one of the funnest and most unnerving journeys for sure. Still think like that pen pal kind of and Baraska kind of reveal still hit a little harder in terms of like as a complete full story. Well, but this one was just like the way it's set up, just the imagery and stuff. Such a fun, spooky read.
It was. Oh, the scares in this were through the roof. Like his wife being possessed and stuff like that. And I liked a lot of the reveal stuff, like when T-Way was talking about the natives and whatever. That was fun. Oh, I remember the line at the end I said, remind me to come back to this, when he's like, I couldn't go to T-Way's funeral because I have a job I have to go to and stuff. It's like, dude, you just
survived everything and that guy saved your life. You can't fucking go to his funeral.
That too. But that guy literally died for you. He went to the mine to try to find a wife who was skinned. And you're like,
draw. So.
I've got this IT job I can't give up on. But not only that, this guy now has undeniable evidence of the afterlife, of religion. He now knows for a
money
fact.
should not even be on the front of your mind.
Yeah, why on earth are you talking about a job? Go away. Go
also, like
go live
job,
go live at the reservation with Nathan.
Yeah.
Like, you know, put it together. He just talked over the phone and you shot a demon out of your stomach.
Yeah, he's like, sorry, I actually have to get back to the 4th grade class I teach. Sorry, Nathan. Nathan's like, okay. That's definitely a text response kind of moment of Nathan just texting back K.
Yeah, like
and then Felix transcribes that as he totally understood. It's like,
he totally understood. And Nathan's like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
well,
fuck yourself,
real glad
buddy.
my dad died to save you and your wife.
T-Way,
anyway.
also, I just want to say, one of the GOAT characters of the creepypastas we've read.
Yeah, T-Way's cool.
Love T-Way.
I like him.
T-Way rules.
I agree with
what
what you said too. I didn't like the throw up at the end. That was kind of.
No, you could have set that up in a way where maybe it would have worked, but also I want to say too that all of the kind of like quirky comedy that's thrown in as like him staying composed, it almost took me out a couple of times. I was trying not to.
Every single time it showed up, it made the story
I wanted to
much
say
worse.
something each time, but I'm like, man, I'm just gonna keep derailing it. I just want to, but like him being like, yeah, and trust me, God like actually likes this state or whatever. I'm like, it feels like even the author isn't taking the
if the author doesn't care, why should I care?
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, well, it's not that serious if the fucking guy's still like, yeah, well, that just happened or whatever.
Yeah, that one where he was, what is it that killed me so much? Where he was like, hello or whatever.
Yeah, some shit. I don't know. The viewers will know, but. All in all, though, I mean,
I would absolutely love to see a second draft. I need to buy the book.
I got the hardcover. The hardcover it's also, like we said, this book is on Amazon right now, Stolen Tongues, and the cover is awesome. There was a hardback version that I got that wasn't Prime though, so I don't know. I think that might be like a reseller or something like that. But there's paperback versions that you can Prime. I'm pretty sure like all of these, they're like $9 to $15 or whatever. The hardback was only 30 as well, which isn't too bad for probably a big book. But I'm very curious to see how that gets changed and stuff, because we've heard a lot of people say too that like, oh, the book version is better, and even the author is like, yeah, I got to go in and change stuff. So there is elements to it, but I would say 90% of the story I was totally fine. Like I was like, this is sick. So if it's that even 5% better, it's just going to be that much better of a viewing experience. So
yeah, I really did love the story. I cannot emphasize how scared I was, how much that the possession scenes worked for me, and stuff like that. I loved it.
This is a better example also of my wife is peeking around corners at me.
Yes,
like that kind of
100%.
I was going to say the execution of this is way better, way more unnerving.
I think, and honestly, it might be because we technically aren't at the end of the story. That could be where some of the shortcomings are. I would really like to know what a definitive ending will be, because I feel like the ending was way too happy.
Well, yeah, but that's one thing about horror is you take all the wind out of your sails with a happy ending. Like an ending almost has to be tragic for the events to feel tragic throughout the entire thing, throughout the entire story. So ending on a happy ending here just is like, but also it doesn't feel deserved. Like just having a guy call up and be like, I need to talk with that thing you brought back. And then him saying the seance, it just doesn't. There is probably a way you can do it, but this is just too quick.
It's for you.
Yeah, or it's just that kind of shit. So I like, all in all, like I said, no story is ever perfect, by the way.
And this was a first draft, and I'd love to see where the author takes it from here. Because man, talk about a rough draft. This was great. I loved it.
It's amazing. So good.
So well. The writing on the fears worked so well. That was great.
It was amazing.
This is by far the best Reddit title video we've had. Like,
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And I think this is probably one of the best stories we've read in a while. This feels like a heavy hitter. It's nice to feel like you can still stumble across these, which is the funnest part about this podcast. That's why I love this podcast. Is like it's almost identical to finding like good horror movies. You have to.
Yeah.
The idea of watching horror movies is fun, even if you go through bad ones. But man, when a good one hits, fuck, it's like so memorable. And this is going to be one of those stories I think is just super memorable. So stoked. And like I said, we'll be sure to leave the Amazon link in there. Please go give that love. And also, if you've enjoyed this podcast, pick up the copy of the book to see what the difference is and read it on your own. You know, I'd be so curious to hear what people think of the book.
Yeah, I would like to hear comments about that and stuff. I'm going to go ahead and buy it, I think.
I would, yeah. Go ahead, man. Yeah, I did mine as well. I've gotten... Also, I got both the Black Farm books as well from the Feed the Pig. I got both those
Now, the
sequels.
Black Farm, I absolutely need to read.
Yeah, I got both of those.
That's so good.
The Black
Honestly,
Farm and Return
that
of the
might
Black
be
Farm?
my favorite. That might be my favorite story we've read on here. Maybe.
It's a strong one, man. I mean, in terms of scares, I do think...
This is better. This is more scary.
Stolen Tongues is stronger.
Yeah.
I still am just like, I just love Pen Pal. Love it. I love Pen Pal.
Pen Pal's top 3 for me easily.
Yeah.
But man, we've read some good ones, haven't we?
Oh man, there's so much good stuff. And that makes me appreciate, and like, I'm glad that we go through the shitty ones too, because it really does make me appreciate the
good stuff. Yeah.
Because you're kind of like, you're putting your shield up being like, but then when a story starts to win you over, I feel like I can just feel myself actually starting to smile and be like, oh man, this is like actually, I'm
having a good time. Yeah. I'm having
exactly.
fun
Which is nice.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But we won't take up any more of your time. We appreciate you sticking around for so long. Felix Blackwell, fucking awesome story, guys. The book is Stolen Tongues. Be sure to check it out. Fucking go give it, it only helps the author and future stuff he makes too. So go check it out. Pick up a book, support the lad. And we'll see you on the next one. Also, looking forward to the tour. We'll see you there.
We'll see you all there. Thanks for the support on everything.
Also, go to the Stalker tour going on now. Wendigoon flies out this week.
Yeah,
that's why
the tour's happening right now.
Yeah, he's getting ready to leave, so we're recording this before it. I can't wait to hear how it happens or what happens with it afterwards. So, good luck with your flights, Isaiah.
Thank you. Hopefully, I don't die. We'll see how that goes.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Don't die in a freak cabin accident. If the tribal elder is about to walk
clean ending
away from, if the tribal elder is about to walk away from the cabin, go with him. That's all I have to say.
There you go. All right, see you guys.
Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a naked soul, me I do. Oh, so me I do. I'm a